Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the resumption of play in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game. New sponsors, we didn't give them a mention this morning, new County Championship sponsors.
What did they do?
Well, the advertising board at the far end says Rothesay Protecting Pensions, the UK's largest pension insurer.
Well, they're going to be busy this week then, aren't they?
We're very pleased to have them on board here at Trent Bridge and all around the first class counties as the players from both sides make their way to the middle. Just tweeted, in fact I saw it on the BBC Sport website at lunch, breaking news or relatively recent news. Ollie Stone out until August, the Nottinghamshire fast bowler. Yesterday Martin as well, we all had our preview pieces popped on the BBC Sport website ahead of the new season. Amongst my few words were if Nottinghamshire can keep Ollie Stone healthy. Ollie Stone out, we understand, until August. He's had knee surgery. Wish Ollie well. Hope he comes back soon. One man who knows what the treatment room and the recuperation here at Trent Bridge is all about. It's going to get us underway this afternoon with Josh Tong to bowl the first over of the afternoon. 118 for 3, Durham at lunch, and here we go for the afternoon session. And well, to all intents and purposes, the afternoon session hasn't begun because it's a no ball, so Durham move on to 120 for 3, and that effectively never happened, although it did, of course, because it adds 2 runs to the total. 2 wickets to Fergus O'Neill this morning, 1 to Farhan Ahmed. You can see Dylan Pennington limbering up, so he may well get the second over. There's Tong, comes in, bowls to Robinson, and literally got a delivery that he would have, you know, if you'd asked him what do you want to get off the mark this afternoon, short and wide outside the off stump to a short boundary and a fast outfield, and there it was. Crunched away for 4. Tong got better as his first spell went on, but he began with 2 long ups that were both dispatched by Alex Lees for 4, and he started this afternoon with a no ball and now a short and wide that's been cut away by the right-hander. 124 for 3. He's not obviously had a lot of cricket, so well, there's another 4. This one's pitched up but almost half volley length and driven through the offside by Robinson. Runs are coming thick and fast, Martin.
Yeah, am I on yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 loose-ish deliveries there and that no ball. I have to say I've gone early with a controversial post this year, Dave. Gone very early this year. First lunch of the season, and I knew it would get a reaction, so I put it on there.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips with mushy peas and gravy.
Just, you see.
There you are.
A touch of curry sauce maybe, but not gravy. 128 for 3. We've had 2 legal balls since lunch, and the score has advanced by 10. Doesn't often happen. I was going to say there's another one, but he's hit it straight to Jack Haynes in the covers. Yeah, I didn't think it was a catch for any for 1 minute, but as it left the bat, I thought it was going to be another boundary. 128 for 3. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson alongside you. Those of you that were watching the pictures, hopefully you've rebooted now back with us, and if there were any gremlins at your end, that hopefully they've dissolved. Producer Kirsty, fingers crossed, thinking that everything's all right at our end, as this is worked up to mid-on by Robinson. 128 for 3 on a lovely day in the East Midlands. It's sparkling in the low 70s F, or the what is it, the mid-20s in the seas.
It said it was 18 or 19 degrees today because the breeze has got up a bit this afternoon. It's a northeasterly breeze.
Next delivery on its way now and steered into the covers. I think the lady this morning on BBC Radio Nottingham said it was 22 or 23
today.
Really? That's where I've got the low 70s from. I doubled it and added 28, which is very much a layman's way of getting to roughly what the temperature is. Although I tend just to stick my head out the window and see what it's doing. Knots over 8 is +1, incredibly. Next delivery down the leg side, taken by Joe Clark with the absolute minimum of fuss. Nice footwork from the glove man. 128 for 3, and over that. Well, it's just eased everybody into the afternoon session, particularly Ollie Robinson, who picked off a couple of boundaries. Durham 128 for 3. All right, the fish and chips, good today?
Yeah, I put the picture on. Iggy Pop Barker says, "Is that gravy with fish and chips?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "I mean, gravy on fish, it's not for me." And I said, "Is it a problem?" And he said, "Well, I'm just disappointed."
Did one of the young men or young ladies do it for you, or did you put your own gravy
no,
on?
I said to the guy.
So what was the expression?
I said, some people will frown at this. I said, but could you put a bit of gravy on? And he said, yeah, no problem. And the lady behind the counter said, there's nothing wrong with gravy on fish and chips. And I said, thank you.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear. Here's Dylan. Dylan Pennington. So an all former Worcestershire attack. Bowled from the broad end, the pavilion end this morning. Should have had Alex Lees, who was put down. Regulation offering to Lyndon James at slip. What can he do from here?
Here he comes, right arm over. Yorker length ball to start with, and that bounces awkwardly as Hasib Hamid comes in to try and stop the ball racing away just behind the bowler, and I think he took one in the chin there. Yes, he did. He's just rubbing his chin and checking things out, but he stopped what could have been a boundary. A few pigeons flying past as well, off towards some allotment somewhere. So Iggy says, "I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed in you." And I was saying, have I let the family down, the school down? And he said, no, just yourself. So, Pennington, and again, balls right on the money, bottom of off stump, played away by Ackermann, who's on 41, 128 for 3. I got an email to my BBC account earlier, so I haven't really been looking at that today, but if you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk.
Yeah.
This is from M. Jackson in Newcastle. She said, a good recovery from Durham earlier. You mentioned on commentary about RAF basic training aircraft. Initial training these days is done in a Grob Tutor T1.
Is it, by Jove?
I've not heard of a Grob Tutor T1. In comes Pennington. That's a low full toss, wasn't it? He was trying to go Yorker length, and I think it took Ackermann by surprise a little bit. He's ended up playing it back up to Hamid at mid-on.
Is that M as in Emma or M as in something? Madeline Mary?
It might be Emily Jackson, maybe.
Yeah.
She said, I've flown, however, as a cadet in a DHC Chipmunk.
Oh, yeah.
A T Mark 1, an SA Bulldog.
That's what I said, wasn't
Mark
it? The Bulldogs. I thought
Yeah.
they did the Bulldogs.
With 11 AEF at RAF Leeming many moons ago.
That's North Yorkshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the way up.
In comes Pennington. And a bit of a wahoo there from Ackermann, a play and a miss. Ball's gone through to the keeper. Leeming used to have all the jet fighters based there, but I think it shut down a while ago, didn't it?
Yeah. David Wilds, morning Dave, great to have you back. Hope to get down there more this season. That's a bonus of being retired. Nick Morell, he's actually finding a reason to excuse my sloppiness. Thinks he's been looking at O'Neill and Hamid moving in the field and says, I think they throw the same or similar. Just sloppiness from me, Nick.
Ackermann on 41. Oh, paid and missed. Now, did that go between the batsman and the leg stump, or did it go around the leg side? So a bit of dust came up as it was pitching. We're not behind the action. They're across towards the right-hand end of the square as we look towards the east here, and the boundary which we mentioned this morning is only about 50 yards, 49 yards.
Yeah, Pennington, Notts leading wicket taker last year, but he only effectively got half a season in, and was called up for England, went away, didn't play for England, started the 100 and got injured, and that was that.
Keeper's dropped this one, playing a miss there from Ackermann. End of the over, and the score remains 128 for 3.
It's a full press box, wasn't it? I know. I just stuck my head in. I know it's lunchtime, so generally one or two will come out the woodwork when there's a lunch in the offing. But
Mr. Hops was there.
Nice to see Hopsy. Nice to see a full press box, well, a fullish press box. I mean, everything's relative, isn't it? Very often for a county championship, you'll get the proverbial. I know the sloppy, lazy way of describing a county championship day is, you get a crowd of one man and a dog. Well, generally the press boxes are not occupied by any more than that. Tong comes in to bowl to Ollie Robinson, but pleasantly full at lunchtime as Seba Mead, not Fergus O'Neill, does the fielding. 128 for 3.
Steve Talentire says, I'm watching from Barcelona where it's windy and a bit gloomy. Looks better weather at Trent Bridge. Great to hear you all back at the mic. And we were talking about Button Bens earlier. One of our people was on
I've heard of Button Moon.
Cambrai or somewhere, did he say? Isle of Cambrai?
I don't know. It's Tong into his 7th over. Bowls to Robinson. Tong's yet to bowl a maiden. Won't this time round because they just eke a single to the left of Jack Haynes in the covers.
It's Jamie O'Donnell on the Isle of Cambrai in his Button Ben. So I've had a message on Blue Sky about a Button Ben. Button Bens were terraced houses which were also joined at the back with no windows or yard. They made up the tenements of cities, notably Glasgow and Sunderland.
Billy Connolly always used to go on about the tenements, and some of his monologues as Tong bowls, and a little push and run this time on the leg side by Ackermann. And certainly blue sky overhead and blue sky out in the middle for Durham's batters. 130 for 3. They've added 28 in absolutely no time at all either side of lunch, this bet.
John says Button Bens, terraced houses, joined at the back, no windows or yards, made up the tenements. He said if you in fact live on the site of the old tenements where my mother was raised in Zetland Street in Sunderland.
Zeppelin?
Zetland.
Oh. Tong bowls and it into the offside, just short of the diving Jack Haynes. It was loose-ish from Robinson. He'd be absolutely furious with himself had he helped that into the hands of Jack Haynes. Only just fell short of the cover fielder. Sometimes it can just be a little too inviting, just a little too easy, can't it, with a short boundary there, and you get one outside the off stump, and if you've already hit a couple away there, you think there's another one. Very nearly helped it into the hands of Haynes. Tong in, bowls, and this is hit back straight down the wicket, and there's no run.
John Pick on email, hi Marty, good to hear you again. Hope you and your Notts colleague wintered well. Well, you're busy, you do football during the winter, don't you?
Yeah.
I've been in the studios doing news all winter. You just find you just concentrate on the thing in front of you, don't you, and from a work point of view.
So is your profession BBC journalist, BBC sports journalist? This is all the things I've asked you over the last 20 years. I've not asked you that. This has worked up to mid-on. There's no run, 130 for 3.
Well, the official title would be broadcast journalist, because
right.
They can put you where they want to, really.
Oh. So you could be down the local court. Or
yeah, I used to live in Crown Court in my previous job. I covered all the major trials for the best part of 10 years, but haven't been near a courtroom for a good 25 years or more.
Just quickly, Division 1, few wickets have gone down either side of lunch. Yorkshire 110 for 6 at Hampshire, and Worcestershire 120 for 5 at Somerset. Sussex still 3 down, 101 for 3 at Edgbaston. Essex 117 for 1 against Surrey, the other scores.
Pennington starts a new over, and that's flashed away past the slip cordon for 4 down to the far end of the ground off Ackermann, who's on to 46 from 78 balls. Durham are 134 for 3. John Pick says, good to hear you again. Interested to see how we go this year. He said Ryan Campbell, hang on, my voice has gone here. He said Ryan Campbell reiterated a positive attitude, but overall I thought we were a bit patchy last year. Well, it was just it was an issue trying to keep bowlers fit, wasn't it? Batting wise, they didn't have any problems really. But there's only the one game at Surrey where they got turned over, and they were struggling with injuries and a lack of bodies then. Pennington to Ackermann. Oh, that spits up. Ackermann pulls the bottom hand off the bat very sharply there, but he's managed to fend the ball away, defensively back into the ground. He said, we really struggled to take wickets early season, and that'll have to change. Having been for a huge stand between Ackermann and the utterly sublime David Bellingham against Lancashire last year, we could have been dragged into a relegation dogfight. Or am I overcritical? I think partly overcritical. Scott Boland came. He was signed as a leading bowler and injured his foot in his first match and didn't play again. That's a leave. He's gone through the keeper from Pennington. And then Neil Wagner came midsummer, playing against Notts and injured his ribs, I think, and he didn't play again.
Yeah. And as you pointed out in your preview, you had one game completely washed away. So you know, any bonus points you might have got from that one didn't materialise.
One of those days when they called the game off because there'd just been so much rain, it was one of the wettest winters, and the water just couldn't drain away. And there was one of the days where it was that warm, in that Hampshire game on the Saturday, they called the match off by about midday. I went home and I went and watched Sunderland play, and I was in shorts and t-shirt in the match. Pennington balls, it's an edge, it's gone along the floor and it's stopped at third, slip off Ackermann.
Yeah, Montgomery doing the fielding there at the third. So where do you know, it's impossible to tell, isn't it? Injuries and form and fitness and whatever. Where do you think they'll go?
I did think at the end of 2012 when Durham started the season, they couldn't get a win in their first 10 and they were at the bottom, and then they won 6 of the last 7 and drew the other, and I thought that was title form. And I think I was the only person who predicted them for the title in 2013, and everybody had them written off as relegation certainties. Pennington in again. This has gone off towards the covers, no run there. And then I never really made any predictions again until about 3 years ago. And I said I thought they would do really well, and they had a very good chance of going up from Division 2. And they had a horrible season, and the coach left mid-season, and it all went awry. So I decided not to make predictions again after that. I think they can hold their own comfortably.
So where were they last year? 5th?
5th, yeah. Pennington bowling to Ackermann. That's a wide-ish delivery. It's left alone. It's gone through to the keeper. I mean, Nottinghamshire had lots of draws last year, wasn't it? 8 draws or something?
Yeah.
1-2. I think Durham won 4, drew 4 and lost 5.
I think it was Slater. Somebody just rushed off the field anyway, and Ben Martindale's back on as a sub-fielder. 134 for 3. There's the score. Thought it was Slater. He was just disappearing from my view as I clocked him, and it makes sense because Martindale has gone out onto the deep square leg boundary where you'd normally find Ben. Going to be Josh Tonk, 7 overs, none for 34 from the pavilion end. Bowls to Robinson, and again first ball just gives him an opportunity to steer it into the offside. Good bit of fielding from Hamid. That was a really good stop, 18 inches from the rope, and the difference between the single that it ended up as or a boundary. Nicely done from the captain. 135 for 3 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Pictures through the club website and all the other places that you can generally find us. Next ball nicely played by birthday boy Ackermann, who's on 46, back to the bowler. 34 today. Decent crowd in, liberally spread all around Trent Bridge apart from the pavilion, out of bounds as some oohs and ahs for a delivery that was just squeezed down the leg side. Fergus O'Neill appears from down below us at long leg to do the fielding. Also got traditional 6-3 field, 3 slips, 3 in the ring and on the leg side. Couple out, 1 fine, 1 square, and and a mid-on as well. Tong to Robinson on 16. Ball's outside the off stump, and Robinson was sort of half tempted to chase after it a little bit and then withdrew the bat inside the line and elected not to play at it. First of 4 days, of course, so the weather set fair if you're in the vicinity. Early season opportunity for you to come along to Trent Bridge over the weekend. On 36 for 3. Next ball just played down into the ground by Robinson, partially stopped initially by Montgomery, and then Freddie McCann was there to tidy up, make sure it didn't squirm away for runs. Yorkshire are now 110 for 7 down at Hampshire, and there's an edge and Lyndon James catches it, and Robinson goes, and Josh Tong's got his first Nottinghamshire wicket now. Really important strike for Nottinghamshire soon after lunch. Just playing a little loose there. Robinson flashed at that one, thickish outside edge, and this time Lyndon James first slip, moving to his right, low down, took it, and there'd have been an element of relief there for Lyndon James after spilling one earlier. But on that occasion, safe hands. Josh Tong has his first Nottinghamshire wicket, and Ollie Robinson goes for 16, having been at the crease for 40 minutes, faced 36 balls, 3 fours, and Nottinghamshire can get together and just have a look and see who the next man will be. Presumably Will Rhodes, as Matt Henry comes back to join. I know you were just coming in. I don't know if you saw it, but just seeing the replay. Loose shot from Ollie Robinson. Yeah. Really, the temptation there with that short boundary is get bat on ball and you're going to get yourself 4 runs. Well, on this occasion, just too fine a nick, and decent catch from Lyndon James at slip.
Yeah, I was just peeking my head through the door as I heard you describing the wicket, but no, it must be hard for a batsman, the temptation to hit everything over that way towards a short boundary when it's not necessarily the right shot. But Robinson had looked good, and he'd been so good for Durham in that middle order position, being able to just add run after run after run and take games away from, or take innings on so quickly from decent starts that the top order set them. But so it's such a big wicket, and yeah, as you say, Rhodes in next for Durham on his debut.
Nottingham-born Will Rhodes, of course. Before that ball was bowled, I told you that Yorkshire had lost their 7th wicket. They've now lost their 8th. A couple of quick wickets for Kyle Abbott. Yorkshire 110 for 8. Just do an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Just waiting for the cue. 136 for 4. That was the end of the over. So it's Pennington to continue. Goes through to the keeper. Yeah, good timing. You join me just as Nottinghamshire have just finished celebrating the fall of the 4th Durham wicket soon after lunch. Ollie Robinson played a little loosely outside the off stump, flashed at Josh Tong on his Nottinghamshire debut, and Lyndon James, who spilled one earlier, gobbled up the chance at slip. Durham were put in by Notts at the moment. They're 136 for 4. There's Dylan Pennington, past umpire Lloyd, bowls a ball on the off stump and blocked away by Ackermann, who's 3 runs away from a birthday 50. He's been loose as well in patches, but he's put the bad balls away by and large, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. I like that. I mean, adds stability. Yeah, we're on. Adds stability to that middle order along the dashes, as we said earlier. He's such an experienced player, obviously Leicestershire captain from around these parts. Yeah, Notts have looked very impressive today. They've got a good attack and they're delivering so far.
136 for 4. Next ball is again, there's been a bit of that today, squirted down to third man for a couple of runs. 138 for 4 takes Ackermann to 49. In fact, they came back for 3, so good hard running. Ackermann gets his 50. 111 balls, 88 balls faced, 7 fours and 1 6. Just getting rid of the music from the BBC Radio Nottingham studios as Ackermann completes his third run. 139 for 4. Notts had a problem this morning with Alex Lees. Got rid of McKinney and Gay fairly quickly. Straight after lunch they've got rid of Robinson, but quite now the set man Ackermann is the prize they will be after. But this fella can play. Will Rhodes will be keen to do well on his Durham debut. Pennington round the wicket, bowls and wide of the pegs and through to the wicket keeper. Just noticed, Matt, during the luncheon interval that Ollie Stone had a cricket till August after knee surgery.
Yeah, a blow for England and for Notts, but more significantly for him, isn't it? I mean, he's had so little luck. He's such a nice lad. He's a lovely guy. I mean, you'll know him better than I do, but he's a lovely guy. And yeah, Pennington in again, is left outside. I'll do that one while you type away there, Dave. But yeah.
Well, you do this over then. There's only 1 ball left. Well, you certainly finish this over. We've been encouraging you to pick up the mantle. Martin's next door updating BBC Radio Newcastle.
Yeah, but just to finish that point off on Ollie Stone, he's such a nice lad. He's had so many injuries, and I think the worry for this one is it's a different injury, isn't it? It's not those back injuries, and almost if he went in the back again, that would be disappointing. But at least he knows how to come back from that. To now pick up a different injury is so disappointing. But yeah, Pennington to finish off this over to Rhodes, and Rhodes calmly lets that go outside the off stump. There's a bit of bounce there from very full on a length. Joe Clark taking it up above his head. Yeah,
I think after you said he gets all sorts of different injuries. I think after his back injury, his first game back, he broke a finger or a thumb or whatever. That was right at the end of his days as a Warwickshire player.
And there was that one back when he was injured celebrating a wicket, wasn't there? That was, Ollie Stone. He's done a bit of work for us on the commentary. He's done a bit of work for BBC, hasn't he? He's done things back Norwich way, where he's from. He's done some commentary on the 100. He's done work with you here, and he's a really nice lad. And it's just to see him out of action till August is a real blow.
It's Josh Tong got his first wicket, but there's been a little bit too much of that today. It's an unforgiving boundary, an unforgiving fast outfield, and margins are very, very narrow. Put it in the wrong area and high quality players are just going to keep punching you to the advertising boards all day long, as Ackermann did there at the start of anyway, over another boundary from the bowling of Josh Tong.
I mentioned earlier I was up at Durham's media day. All the teams, the counties hold a media day at the start of the season when you get to speak to various players and coaches, and Durham coach Ryan Campbell was asked about, well, he kind of brought up the fact that there was going to be played on one of these pitches that are on the extreme to one side and means a short boundary, and I think was a little frustrated by it. It's not necessarily Notts' fault, he can't help it.
Tong bowls and just dropped on the leg side. The field's set deep on the leg side, so easy to get a run there. 144 for 4. The sort of the crown jewels, if you like, the main strips in the middle are held over for the televised games. I guess this year, for obviously the internationals, test match against Zimbabwe and all the rest of it. I guess the television slots are going to be at a premium this year with the pavilion out of action by and large. But generally we find this start of the season and end of the season, the county championship matches just pushed to the very extremes of the square.
Yeah, because Durham played on one at Edgbaston. Like, you probably saw those pictures where, like, similar to this, but it was like right over one side of the square, and it just makes the ball. It's always in your head as a bowler.
Rhodes on strike now, and Josh Tong bangs one in short, goes over the head of the former Bears skipper and through to Joe Clark.
That looked quick from Josh Tong. He's a quick bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
He can get right up towards that 90 mile an hour. That's why England like him, why he was in and around that team. Obviously, these days England are, some might say, obsessed with pace, but they're definitely keen to have pace in their attack, and that's why he's around that England setup.
Yorkshire 119 for 9. 144 for 4. This one keeps low, having been left alone by Will Rhodes, and Joe Clark can't take it cleanly. As always, there's the hype over Yorkshire's return to Division 1, and they're going to do this, that and t'other, and be best team in country and all the and all the rest of it. I remember a couple of years ago when they went down, they really disappointed in Division 1, and they weren't always nailed on last year. They were in a battle with Sussex and Middlesex. One had to miss out. This one's cut into the offside, and there'll be at least a couple of runs here for Rhodes to get his Durham account underway. Once again, we see the ball pull up on that little bit of the square, the extreme edge of the square on the Fox Road side of the ground. It's a couple of times today we've seen the ball pull up just there. Cunning stuff from Steve Burks, the head groundsman. 146 for 4. Can see Fergus O'Neill on the boundary edge somewhere down below us, just chatting to Graham Onions. That's a great mind to tap into and to pick. It'll be down at the long leg, just down to our right. We can't quite see down there. Next ball worked away for the boundary by Will Rhodes, that brings up the Durham 150. Entertaining stuff here at Trent Bridge on the opening day of the county championship season. Brought to you by the BBC. Every ball of every county championship game, Nottinghamshire and Durham locking horns. It's a rivalry that's swayed this way and that since Durham became a first-class county. Not well and truly hammered at Chesterley Street last year. Big century from Ben McKinney.
Lee's got a century.
Probably everybody.
Yeah.
I tend to forget that, but I was just going to say, but to balance it up a little bit, last time Durham came here, Notts got 600 and 4 players got centuries. So yin and yang.
Yeah.
There you go.
Back over to Pennington. Yep, from the Ratcliffe Road end to Ackermann, who's played nicely and just plops forward onto that front foot and knocks it up to mid-on where Hasib Hamid fields, and there is no run. The issue, you saw a lot more of Notts last year than I did, but the issue was taking 20 wickets here more often than not, was it? Is that fair to say?
Yeah. First 2 rounds of matches, there was only one positive result in the country the first round of matches. Notts was Sam Cooked here. They got a hat-trick in the first innings and a 6 in the second. All the other games were drawn, and then in the second round of matches, again with the Kookaburra, all the games were drawn.
Pennington again, and Ackermann on that front foot again, just knocks it back. But yeah, when you've got a pace attack, obviously Stone's not going to be involved until August, they think. But of Pennington, O'Neill and Tongue, you think they're definitely going to be around for a while. You don't think that they're probably in England's first. Well, O'Neill obviously isn't, but for those first 4 games, you should have those 4 players, assuming Josh Tongue remains fit and isn't managed, as you mentioned earlier, is going to be around, and that's a pretty high quality attack. And I was very impressed with Farhan Ahmed when he bowled before.
I suspect that Josh Tongue will be match managed, play one, miss one, play one, miss one. I suspect, he says.
A bit short this time from Pennington. That's smashed through mid-wicket by Ackermann. Really good shot. He's not really rocked back on that, but he's clobbered it really through mid-wicket, quite straight, and he's onto it very quickly.
But I don't know what Conor McCurry's like every game, but every game I've seen him, I have purred, I have lapped it up, I have loved seeing Conor McCurry, except he's absolutely bounced the hell out of the Nottinghamshire players that he's played against, whether it was Derbyshire on loan or whether it was Surrey. Notts had him briefly on loan for a T20 campaign I like Conor McCurr, so he is here, ready to step in. And I think we'll probably see a lot of Conor McCurr now that Ollie Stone's not available.
Left outside, off stump again this time from Ackermann, from Pennington, who's bowled well early on, but yeah, not got the rewards, none for 28 so far. Durham with that previous boundary up to 154 for 4.
I think I went a long way towards asking you a question about Yorkshire and never actually got to the question mark. I mean, they're back in Division 1, and like I said, you know, everybody's saying they're going to do this and that, and t'other, but they're now all out for 121 down at Hampshire.
Yeah, not the best of start for Johnny Bairstow's captaincy. I mean, they're bowled out for 121 today. I wonder, with the loss of Matt Fisher as well, whether their bowling's quite up to it in the first division. Was that edge this time from Ackermann, but wide of the 3 slips. And who's that backward point there? He's bent double with his cap tossed towards the floor. The frustration, because Ackermann's played nicely, but he's done that a few times. They've just managed to find the gap between gully, or a very wide gully, almost a backward point that you'd see in a one-day game, and the 3 slips, and he's found that gap again, and it goes away for 4. It's taken to 158 for 4.
Yeah, Slater has been off the field, but only briefly.
Pennington gets the ball back in his hand from his new mate Fergus O'Neill, who's there up at mid-off now to field alongside Pennington. Comes in to finish the over to Ackermann, defended off the back foot for no run. It's interesting it's had the 2 fielders out defending that very short boundary, one at fine leg, one at deep square leg. Unless it goes right to you, you've not got very much time to get around to cut the ball off before you get to the boundary. It's almost, you think, just stick one person out there and to accept that you're gonna get hit for a few in that direction, because you're not going to be able to stop it unless the ball goes right the way to you.
Essex 126 for 2 against Surrey. Tom Wesley's just been dismissed for 40. I mentioned Paul Walter earlier when he was 50 not out. He's only 56 not out. Wesley got 40 out of that second wicket stand of 50, but he's now gone. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. All the scores, all the updates, the live text on the BBC Sport website and app, run normally by Matt Henry. Today he's been allowed out in the fresh air.
Yeah, good to get out. It's good. Next few weeks, I'm hoping to get to a few different games. Probably at Yorkshire next week, actually, which is where.
Vegat.
Yeah, go and see how Johnny's getting on if you get back to a home game under his captaincy.
158 for 4. Tong bowls left alone. T has been in touch. Dave is a guy born and bred just on the right side of the Notts Yorkshire border. Always cheers me up to hear them doing badly. That said, I've always been a fan of Johnny Bairstow. Hope they go well under him. Thank you, T. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch on the Twittery thing, the Xy thing. We are cricket, WEAR cricket, as in the river, at yahoo.co.uk. For your emails, for your lengthy stuff, Martin will love reading through them all, as the next one's cut to backward point, and another single taken by the Nottingham-born Will Rhodes on his Durham first-class debut. Cold shudder went down my back then as producer Kirsty appeared at the back of the box, but wasn't to tell me off this time. It normally is, Matt, but she's been and gone. 159 for 4 keeps us on the straight and narrow, and lets us know if we've gone off air or drifted off to sleep or missed something significant. She's been and gone without giving me a rocket this time. There's Tong. This is pushed back to the bowler. Not really had an opportunity, as this is his debut, to develop any Josh Tong-like puns, but there's got to be a few there. I'm sure we'll get a little bit tongue-tied at some stage during the season watching him bowl, etc., etc. But there'll be, I'm sure there'll be one or two there. 159 for 4 is the Durham score.
Yeah, I bumped into Neil Colleen, the former Durham bowler, but these days works with England's younger bowlers as part of the coaching staff.
Tong bowls cut away by Robinson. There's protection out there over on the far side. Deep point. And there's 1 run, 160 for 4. His lad Mitch, of course, is in the Durham squad for this game.
Yeah, in the squad, not picked today, but yeah, another one off the production line that Martin would tell you is the most successful in the country, I imagine. But yeah, I was hoping that he'd get to play today because he's someone I've heard a little bit about from people around, that he's another exciting talent, but no, it's being held back until later in the season. I think Ryan Campbell's very excited about the young bowlers that he has.
Round the wicket comes Tong. Rhodes on the front foot, pushes it into the covers.
Yeah.
Stanley McAlinden, is that another one?
Yeah, his dad works for the BBC in the North East, doesn't he, on BBC Look North? I'm looking to Martin for approval, yeah.
Covers Cumbria.
Yeah, North East and Cumbria, yeah, that's right. Look North, up in the Newcastle where their studio is. Yeah, he works for... Yeah, his dad works for the BBC, and his son's making his way as a good cricketer. So yeah, McAlinden, Minto.
I don't know Mr. Minto.
No, Minto made his first-class debut the end of last season, didn't he, against Surrey, and people got very excited by a very brisk bouncery ball to Rory Burns.
It's a wonder it wasn't against Notts, because Durham usually unleash a youngster against Notts. In fact, I think Mark Wood's, his first 3 first-class games were all against Notts here, and he seemed to play 1 game a year in his early development days.
Again. Pennington for his 11th over now with 2 slips in a gully, and that squares Ackermann up just a little bit, and the fielders get a tad excited, but the ball dribbles out to backward point.
Was it Maine, Martin? There was a Maine, I'm sure, made his debut. And of course Hogg last year, he made his debut.
Yeah, Hogg's another one, as we mentioned earlier, is struggling with a little bit of an elbow injury, but the suggestion is he might be good next week when Warwick should come up to Durham. I'm looking for Martin for approval, yeah. That's right. So I was wondering whether Colleen is here on dad duties, on former club duties, or watching all the England fast bowlers that are playing here. This one hits from Pennington, hits Ackermann probably on the back 5, I reckon, and just drops into the offside. Score remains 160 for 4.
I hope you got looked after during the luncheon interval. Did you have the fish and chips with gravy poured all over it?
I had fish and chips yesterday when I was back in Hartlepool for the day, so I went beef pie today, which was excellent. Yeah, very nice.
Home of the monkey hangers.
Precisely. Yeah, I get that a lot. The pies that they were selling, that were on offer downstairs, with a little Nottinghamshire badge on the top.
Did they?
Very impressive. Yeah. Pennington again. Ackermann defends this one off the middle of the bat this time, but to that man at backward point again.
I've not seen one of those.
Yeah, it was impressive. They had like a little... I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like an edible sticker on the top of the crust of the pastry.
Yeah. Now you go
fancy around here.
A lot of football media rooms have something similar. Well, I say a lot. A few in the Premier League do. But I didn't know Notts had.
Yeah, I was impressed.
Offered those.
4th ball of Pennington's over. It's hit hard by Ackermann through the offside, and that's going to go away for 4.
Well, it's not going
to. This area of longer grass is fooling us every time. That looked to be whistling over towards our left to the boundary, but it's
I've heard of the Bermuda Triangle, and I've heard of Bermuda grass.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's
pulled
it.
up in that strange section of grass over to our left. That's
If you're just listening to the words, I think it's the 3rd time now we've seen that, and we're used to the ball coming off the bat crisply and racing away to the boundary. But there's one little area on the Fox Road side of the ground, right at the edge of the square, which goes all the way out almost to the boundary, and clearly there's some longer grass there or something, because the ball just suddenly stops.
The result was they take 3, which brings Will Rhodes back onto strike, and he just knocks the 5th ball into the leg side, and they're going to scamper comfortably enough back for 2.
Matt Henry with us on the first day of the county cricket season. Martin Emerson, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Matt watching on. No significant scores anywhere else since I last updated you. Glamorgan 131 for 5 against Leicestershire in Division 2. I'm not mentioning anything about that because last year I tipped Glamorgan to be the champions and they let me down badly.
Rhodes back on strike again for the end of the over, and he drops back and just drops it into the offside to end the over 165 for 4, as Joe Clark calls for something or other from the dressing room. I'm not sure what's going on there. I wonder whether it's the helmet and it's time. No?
Yeah, last year as part of our previews, we've not been asked to do it this year, probably because we're all rubbish.
Get it wrong.
We were asked to say who'd win, who we thought, give our tips, and last year everybody sort of went with Yorkshire or Middlesex to win Division 2, and I went Glamorgan, and imagine how smug I was after day one of the season with Sam Northeast 350 not out at Lords, if you remember, and I don't think he scored another run then for about 2 months, did he?
Yeah, the challenge with these things that people probably don't consider is it gets quite boring if everyone that's asked just says this. If everyone just says Surrey are going to win the championship.
Tong bowls wide of the pegs and it goes through to Joe Clark.
Doesn't make a very good read for everyone else. So sometimes someone has got to do the honourable thing and pick a different team, just so they get a bit of a mention, so they get talked about, and you can bring some interesting things into the conversation. We can't all just pick Surrey to win the league and for whoever to win the second division this year.
So if you're not picking Surrey, then who are you picking? There you go. You started it. 165 for 4. As Josh Tong bowls, and once again he squared up but gets a run. This is Ackermann we're talking about, 68. Whilst you're thinking, good news in the fact that we've now got some cricket watchers from the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments away to our right. They've made their way up there to the garden at the top, the viewing garden, the viewing platform.
Sorry, excuse me. I don't think I was at Trent Bridge at all last season. Are they new? Those flags?
Yes. You used to be able to see right down the Loughborough Road and see the power station, see the aeroplanes landing at East Midlands Airport, but it's now the Dave Bracegirdle retirement apartments. There's Tong to Rhodes. Just clip this slightly uppishly. Hamid has to move to his left to get down and prevent any runs being taken. Not that I've been offered a retirement apartment there.
Not yet.
Not that it is named that. I don't know what it is actually named, but it fits the narrative.
Yeah, my cousin lives in the flats that overlook the ground in Bristol.
Okay, yeah.
The ones that sort of...
Yeah, they had a mention this morning.
Yeah, being built up as one side of the ground there. He lives on the car park side, sadly.
166 for 4 as Rhodes will get this through the leg side now. Hamid again for the second time since lunch slides just shy of the rope and turns a 4 into a single. It's strange, isn't it, having a side where it's 1 or 4. You're just not going to get a 2 there, that's for certain. 167 for 4. Worcestershire just lost their 7th wicket at Taunton. Worcestershire 151 for 7. Somerset's 150th year, and once again all the noise coming from the West Country. This is our year! No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
I was away with Vic Marks in the winter at the Champions Trophy. You can imagine what he was saying about Somerset's chances.
This one's turned on the leg side, and a single, 168 for 4. Well, I can imagine, but I can imagine it in both senses. One, he's seen it all before and it's not happened, and the other side of him is the positiveness that it must happen one day.
The latter, I was hopeful that this could be the season. They have the New Zealand fast bowler Matt Henry, who will be a massive part of their push for a title this season.
Tell me you've got one of his shirts.
We actually,
tell me you actually swap shirts. Next ball is pushed by Rhodes. I'm sat next to a Matt Henry, and we're talking about another Matt Henry, end of the over, 168 for 4.
Without meaning to labour the point that some people who listen to our commentary Test Match Special in the winter will have heard, same middle name as well. We are both.
Is that right?
We are both Matthew James Henry. We had a little chat about it, myself and the New Zealand Matt Henry, during the Champions
You've had
Trophy.
a chat? Oh, right.
When I bumped into him, they were still in the same, saying near us in Dubai when we were there for the final. And I bumped into him.
You bumped into him?
I didn't.
Just accidentally, of all the people you could bump into in Dubai, you accidentally bumped into your namesake.
And I was with Dan Norcross, who was very insistent that I go over and say hello to get the two Matt Henrys.
Right, so you didn't bump into him?
And then there was a suggestion that after we shook hands and Matt Henry went down injured, in the semi-final, that it was somehow my fault, and that two Matthew James Henrys can't be in the same place at the same time, because one of us will come down with some sort of injury as a sort of break in the vortex. Somehow, Pennington's going to continue again for his 12th over with Ackermann on strike. That one's down the leg side and thuds off what sounds a lot like thigh pad, and he runs what will be a leg bite to take the score to 169 for full.
So are you on for a Matt Henry shirt? Have you got that far?
I've not asked for a shirt, I'll be honest. I'd suggested a job swap, to be honest.
Well,
he can come and write a match report. I'll face someone in the net, maybe not in the middle. I haven't got New Zealand blood in me to play for New Zealand.
Yeah, and I guess the trouble is, it might have Henry on the back, but it'd have Somerset on the front, wouldn't it?
No comment. Yeah, I was quite like I'd have a go in the nets, maybe facing Mitchell Santner rather than Lockie Ferguson. But yeah, this one's
You'd
wide.
have one of his New Zealand ones, yeah.
This one's wide from Pennington and just let go by Will Rhodes through to Joe Clark. Yeah, they've always had good kits, haven't they, New Zealand? One of the international teams where they have lovely, lovely kits. So yeah, I wouldn't say no, but it's not happened yet.
Mark Mugaseth, to hear from you, Mark. Usually pipes up in the cricket season asking if I've yet been given a room in the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home. No, not yet. Not yet, Mark. We can live in hope. I would imagine all the good ones have gone.
Rhodes crouches just a little bit and then lets this one go outside off stump again from Pennington. Rhodes has just faced 18 balls now, but he's got 10, most of them coming towards that short boundary, flicked off the pads, but he's looking like he's going to be patient and not do anything too silly. Fergus O'Neill again gets the ball and tosses it back to his new opening bowling partner in Pennington. I'm already quite excited to see more of those two this season, because they bowled well early on this morning, and Pennington's back again. And Rhodes forces Rhodes to defend, just finding that good length in the middle of the pitch, and the close fielders are impressed with what they see to give him some encouragement.
I felt very much for Dylan last year, because he was leading wicket taker in the championship with 31, and then they called him into the test squad, and if you remember, it was the West Indies. The first test was going to be at Lords. It was going to be Jimmy Anderson's swan song, and Dylan Pennington was left out of the 12. He was 12th man, and everybody assumed second test at Trent Bridge, Anderson won't play, Pennington will come straight into the side, and he didn't. And then he got injured.
This one's on the pads, or on middle stump, I reckon. We're slightly to the off-centre here with our commentary position, but it looked pretty straight, and Rhodes just has to defend it towards a straightish mid-wicket. What was the feeling about Pennington? Do you think it was the right time to call him up? Was it a call up?
Oh, he was bowling terrifically well. Yeah, superbly well. Really, really good. He was taking wickets. He was bowling quickly. He was moving the ball right on song, Yeah,
and he'll have learned from being in that England environment with someone like Jimmy Anderson and Chris Wilkes and Gus Atkinson, who did so well last summer. He'll have learned a lot, and then Nottinghamshire's gain, I guess, to come and take that back and bring it back.
It certainly wasn't Nottinghamshire's gain, no. I would
not last season, but this season, take what he's learned and bring it back into this season as he finishes this over with a ball outside. Off stump that Rhodes leaves alone again and then wanders down for a chat with his batting partner Ackermann, who's there on 69 not out. The score 169 for full.
Well, sometimes things happen for a reason, and an early season flurry of wickets and some really good form, and the first international match of the summer is here at Trent Bridge, and wouldn't it, the wheel had gone full circle if he gets selected for that. That'd be terrific. Lyndon James, who this morning bowled 5 overs none for 29 from our end of the ground. The Radcliffe Road end is going to get his first bowl since lunch. Mixed morning for Lyndon in that he dropped Alex Lees when Lees was on 17, the Durham skipper, eventually out for 52, but then since lunch, Lyndon James catching Ollie Robinson from the bowling of Josh Tong. So in terms of catching, that's all been sorted out. Now can he get a first wicket? Wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. There was a mild inquiry from Joe Clark as to whether there was a faint edge on it. There wasn't. It remains 169 for 4 here at Trent Bridge on the opening day of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. I don't think we've had Rothesay before. Seem to have somebody new every year. Rothesay are with us. They've not come showering gifts as far as I know. We used to have a lot of sponsors that would give a lot of gifts to the cricket media, perhaps as well. No ball, bowled by Lyndon James, 2 more to the total, 171 for 4.
What do you think would constitute a successful season for Nottinghamshire? Do they need a club of this size? Does it need trophies to be classed as a successful season, or given it wasn't the best of seasons last year, would less than that be seen as a success?
I think an improvement in all 3 competitions, so I don't think it's going to be too hard to fulfil that mantra either, as Lyndon James is in now, bowls again wide of the off stump, keeps low, taken by Clark. There were 10 teams in Division 1 last year. 9th and 10th were relegated. Notts finished 8th, so you know there's plenty of scope, and I think they will certainly not have any relegation fears. But you know, you say that, you know, already I was counting on Ollie Stone playing a good percentage of games. That's not going to happen. 171 for 4. Durham batting. Next one to turn to leg. No run. I don't see why they. You always say this, and it's not been rose-tinted spectacles, but I don't see why they shouldn't have a really good push towards the top 3, particularly if they get a good start, because 4 of their first 5 are here at Trent Bridge.
And you'd like to think Ben Duckett will play a fair few of those games. He's missing this one. England. He said that he's managing his sort of comeback to cricket.
I think he's down for 2 of the games, 2 of the first 5, as this is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Notts have always qualified for the knockout phase of the T20, or just narrowly missed it. They finished the bottom of the 9-team North Group last year, so you know that was a blip. They've signed Moses Enriquez and Daniel Sams, 2 proven T20 winners. 171 for 4. This one's cut into the offside, and there's no run. No Alex Hales, of course, but Hales, certainly for Notts, has not been the force he once was, and of course he's not going to return to the UK in 2025. But it'll be different. To see how they go. I think they needed somebody with a bit of steel, and Moses Enriquez knows how to win T20 matches, and he knows how to galvanise those around him. So I think he's a good signing. And then
a leader, isn't he? So much success with Sydney Sixers, isn't it, in the Big Bash?
In the 50 over competition, it is always a bit of a lottery. Is one into the pads of Ackermann, but Paul Franks is going to be looking after the side this year. Peter Moores, for the first time, is going to work with the Trent Rockets. Paul Franks is going to be in charge of the side, and even just talking to him the other day, Paul is infectious, he's enthusiastic, and if you're an assistant head coach and you get the chance to take the top job, albeit for a short competition, you want to do well, and I think Paul will galvanise the troops and just see if Notts can get through to the knockout phase, because it's something else they've not really threatened to do over the last couple of years. Bowling change, going to get Fergus O'Neill. This will be a 3rd spell for the Australian. Not managing his minutes, are they?
No, he's obviously coming in with on the back of a lot of work through the winter. 10 overs already. 31 for 1. 1 for 31, sorry. 31 wickets.
Worcestershire 8 down, 153 for 8. Worcestershire at Somerset. Yorkshire 121 all out. Hampshire now batting 8 without loss.
O'Neill comes in again to start this 11th over of his, and he's down the legs. There's a shout of catch it there as he bowls down the leg side, but it's not got close to carrying through to Joe Clark, and the ball dribbles through, and it's 171 for 4. Martin's back.
Yeah, it didn't actually stay in the gloves anyway, did it? But very pleasant afternoon here in Nottingham. In contrast to 2021, where we were sitting here with the windows open during the COVID lockdown in Coates watching the snow coming down.
Rhodes knocks this one into the covers. The ball's quickly scooped up there by the fielder at extra cover is another substitute.
It's Ben Martindale again, yeah. Chris Morley, really feel for Ollie Stone. Dave trained very hard this winter, so unlucky with injuries. I'm sure once again he'll come back stronger. Thank you, Chris.
Yep, for anyone just joining, Ollie Stone's out of action until August, they think, after some more surgery, which is a blow for him, a blow for Nottingham, a blow for England. But as Rhodes works this one off his hip, just knocking it into the leg side. And there is no run.
Ian Todd has moved across the blue sky. Big Sunderland and Durham fan. And one of the people who used to have the job in the summer of sorting out all the football fixture lists, working out which clubs clashed with each other and the need for stewards and policing and all that kind of thing.
O'Neill again. This one's edged. And is that... Oh, it's a brilliant catch by Joe Clark. He's gone one-handed low to his left. He was wrong-footed as the ball from round the wicket from O'Neill seemed to dip in towards Will Rhodes, and Rhodes has got a good edge in it, and Clark's managed to get down low, readjust his feet, get down low to scoop that up off the ground, and you can see how happy he is with that as he celebrates. He's got a big high five from Fergus O'Neill as well, looking over for the replay, because that is a brilliant catch, and Rhodes has to go for 10.
Do you know if one of you two had said, oh, do you think he caught that clean, Dave? And I said, no way on earth. But he clearly did. He got his glove underneath it. Everybody celebrated, and that is a brilliant catch. You've just seen the replays on the live stream there. That's great work from somebody who, I mean, we don't know when Notts were aware. They certainly weren't aware at the media day last week that Carl Verena wouldn't be here. It was only the result of the last match for Western Province that got them through to this week, a position where they can win the domestic 4-day competition. So Verena's return back to Trent Bridge has been delayed. So Joe Clark, he'll have known for 3 or 4 days, I guess, there's going to be keeping wicket here, but what a performance he's put in thus far.
Yeah, because I don't think that had carried to first slip, I don't think. So he's had to go for it. He's gone low in front of the field. That's Lyndon James, isn't it, again, back at first slip. And yeah, Clark's gone low with his left hand and scooped the ball up just above the ground. Brilliant catch to leave 171 for 5 Durham. So as Graham Clark joins Colin Ackermann, who remains there on 69 from 113 balls. Durham need a few more runs here, because the pitch has done a bit, but it's not like one of those classic ones you see in early April where it's green and nipping all around all over the place. It's been good bowling from a very good Nottinghamshire pace attack.
There's been one decent-ish partnership so far. The third wicket 78, the last two have been 34 and 35. It's been Fergus O'Neill who's done the damage to them today.
Yeah, he's in again now for Clark's first ball, who just leaves it outside off stump, and you can see the Nottinghamshire fast bowler, their new recruit, born in New Zealand but an Australian cricketer. He's bouncing back to his mark because he's got quite literally got a spring in his step there as he bounds back. I've seen a fair bit of him on the telly, O'Neill, and I had him down as one of those like strong Australian, hit the pitch hard sort of bowlers, but he's a bit more wiry than that, a bit more zippy and nippy as he's in again this time, and Clark tries to run that one down to third, but snaffled on the bounce by the fielder at slip.
For the catch, I wasn't sure he'd actually got down to it, because I was looking behind him to see if the ball was racing away for forward. I mean, he's done well to wrap his hand around it, because his the bottom of his hand must have been on the grass, but the ball's firmly in his glove. It was a cracking catch.
I met him for the first time this morning when he was presented with his Nottinghamshire cap, and we had a little natter, and he says, all I want today, Dave, is you to keep mentioning my name. And so Fergus O'Neill. Yeah, he's got 3 wickets, 3 for 31. He's also on the scorecard for catching Alex Lees as well, so he's been heavily involved in his Nottinghamshire debut. First of his 4 matches. Here's Lyndon James, comes in and bowls, and it goes through to the keeper. So Graham Clark is the new man coming in at number 7. Ackermann is on 68. I guess it could have been Ben Rain, couldn't it? You know, Rain's perfectly capable of batting 7 or higher, but Graham Clark is another one who, you see, opening the batting in T20s. He's pummeled Notts a time or two, hasn't he, Martin?
It was him and Cameron Steele did a job on Notts here once in a white ball game as well.
71 for 5. My favourite private detective, Cameron Steele.
I think Mason Crane Investigates is the title of a few crime novels. Nick Smith, we had a message from somebody on the Isle of Cumbrae earlier, and Nick Smith's contacted us to say, hello Martin and Dave, it's great to have you back. Now, who knew there'd be 2 people on the Isle of Cumbrae listening to this match? So, I don't even know where the Isle of Cumbrae is.
Lyndon James, fair head, tall man, lovely delivery. That one just jagged away from Ackermann into the gloves of the keeper.
He said, I'm Nick Smith, I'm a Notts fan thanks to Derek Randall, originally coming from Altrincham.
Glad to have you along, Nick. Outlaw Chris again, spot on about the general. That's Paul Franks, Dave. I know Paul's really looking forward to the 50 over competition. It's my favourite comp. Fingers crossed Notts will do a lot better this year. Here comes Lyndon James, halfway through his 7th over of the day. This one wide enough to be left alone. 171 for 5, Durham.
Edward Spruill says, hi Marty, I'm surprised you didn't know what the bends and butts were. Did you not get the Bruins or Ua Woolly annuals each year? No, I didn't. He said the Scottish paper, the Sunday Post, was popular in the North East, and I, as a child, loved to read the cartoon drawing story pages of our Willie and his pal Soapy Suter and the Bruins family. And the Butt and the Ben was a rural holiday place for the Bruin family, apparently. There you go.
Ackermann on strike. Oh, that was balletically played. He was standing on 1 foot, and that one was almost tiptoes as he just glides it down to O'Neill down below us. 172 for 5. That's nothing to do with Mrs. Brown and her boys, is it?
No, that's Irish, isn't it? These were the Bruins cartoon strip. Were they not in the Beano? I think they might have been in the Beano.
Dundee, the home of the Beano.
Yeah, yeah.
Desperate Dan and many of the Minks.
It's a magazine, big magazine company there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Next ball is a bit of a loose swish at a man on naught there by Graham Clark. Does play his cricket a bit like that. Didn't get anything on it. Goes through to Clark. Durham 172 for 5. If you're just joining us, Ben McKinney out for 5. Emilio Gay naught. A decent partnership then before Alex Lees fell. He made 52. He'd been dropped on 17, but eventually fell to the spin of Farhan Ahmed. And after lunch, which Durham took at 118 for 3, Ollie Robinson caught James Boltong for 16, and then Will Rhodes recently caught by Joe Clark from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill for 10. 3 wickets so far for victorious Fergus O'Neill, who finished the recent Sheffield Shield season as the leading wicket taker in Australia, and he's already bagged 3 on the opening day of the English season.
Not so bad few months for him, now, is he? This one's gets the field. Well, there's a bit of an uncertainty, but eventually the batters decide to both to retreat to their own end, and there's a little thumbs up from Graham Clark there, back to Colin Ackermann, who I think he fancied a single. Ackermann wasn't really interested.
Bit of an Achilles calf issue going on there for O'Neill. He was just outstretching his leg there. Mervyn Hardy's been on. Good afternoon to you all. An old and departed friend of ours always had the same meal when dining out with us. Fish, chips, gravy and a steak pie. He ate the lot, devoured the lot in double quick time too. As ever, thank you for your commentary.
Keeping an eye on O'Neill here and that calf as he runs in. This one's on the stumps.
Yeah,
bent down again there and his follow through.
These Australians who break down in the first game and they've been signed by clubs over here.
Yeah, Scott Boland, I think you're referencing there as the.
Has he been paid?
For Durham and
Has he been paid?
Now O'Neill's bent right the way over now, trying to stretch out that. Seems to be the right calf that's the issue.
Yeah.
He's skipping away again as he collects the ball, as if he's trying to give the impression that he's fine. He shakes out again at the top of his mark.
4 balls left of the over as well.
Yeah, turns to running a little slower now. It's a bit more laboured, that run, I reckon. And Ackermann just defends it off the stumps.
Might need to go off for a bit of a rub after this.
Yeah, I mentioned in the previous over how he sort of has a bit of a... He's got quite a bouncy walk. hasn't he, Fergus O'Neill? But
Yeah.
maybe that is him trying to stretch out those calves just a little bit. I wonder whether it's one of those where you walk and you try and stretch it as you go, just to get himself a little bit looser. We'll watch again as he's definitely slowed down there in his running, I reckon, compared to what we saw this morning. This one from Ackermann's just knocked into the offside, and the fielder at a deep backward point sort of position comes in to pick up, and the Durham batters take a single to take it to 173 for 5.
Ellie Mackin emailed. She says, mushy peas and gravy are the perfect accompaniment to fish and chips. Listening along from the Smith Cooper stand out of the sun and enjoying Farron and Fergus's bowling. That was from earlier on. Been tons of messages that I haven't had the chance to even look at yet.
Fergus O'Neill still battling through whatever this little issue might be, and that's a good ball.
No ball.
It's a no ball, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but Graham Clark couldn't quite decide whether to play or leave, and in the end, I think he just about managed to withdraw his bat, and the ball goes through to Joe Clark. He didn't look certain, but it is a no ball, so it's going to be at least two more deliveries before O'Neill can get any sort of treatment on this issue.
You pointed at the scoreboard earlier today, Dave, and it had Robinson O. Can you remember? Robinson, yeah. Well, Williams pointed out that there is a Luke Robinson at Durham, even though he's not in the squad here, but that's probably why they put the O on.
And this one's full, and I reckon an inside edge can be all that's saved Graham Clark there, because the slip fielders were ready to go up in appeal, but and hands on head still there, a second slip. They fancied it, but an inside edge there. Clark's is still yet to score after 5 balls and looks a little bit uncertain.
I'm glad you're catching up with your correspondence, Martin. That must have been an hour or so ago.
Yeah, well, it was probably this morning, I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
O'Neill then to finish off the over. Just wide of the off stump. Nice and gentle, and Clark still isn't tempted. And he remains on none, the score 175 for 5, Durham are.
I'm not saying that Dave's slow with his replying to my stuff, but the last letter he sent me had a penny black on it. Mark says, great to have the cricket back. Great to hear your voice. Looking forward to another summer listening to the cricket, the humour, mixed in with cricket wisdom, he says. So he's not been listening to me then, has he?
He's got the wrong game.
He said, I hope you had a good winter on the rug wherever you're at, and have a good season ahead. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, we're easing our way back in. Worcestershire all out now for 154 at Taunton. There's Lyndon James continuing. This is pushed into the offside. And then Martin was looking at emails. I was looking at cricket scores. I don't know if Matt did note if... No, O'Neill's still on the field. I've just stood up and found him. In fact, he was nattering to Roger Marshall, one of the ground staff. Beg your pardon, Richard Marshall. Beg his pardon. One of the ground staff. He's gone racing off to get something, but he's still on the field anyway, O'Neill. There's Lyndon James. Bowls now, and this will be cut away for 4. It was, once again, another delivery coming from the Stuart Broad end that just provided enough width to allow the batters, the right-handers, just to cut it away for a boundary. What have you seen?
It was when they were talking about the floating camera at the far end. Have you looked it through your binoculars at it? It's on this long extendable pole on a little platform, and it's tied to the platform with white.
I don't know if that's producer Kirsty's or the analysts, but yeah, I can see where you're looking. Next ball eased into the offside. No run. So 2 sides bowled out already in Division 1. Yorkshire 121 all out at Hampshire. Worcestershire 154 all out at Somerset.
Do you know where the Land of Smiles is?
No.
I've not heard this one before. Robbie says, welcome back to the new season. Tuning in on the live stream from the Land of Smiles, as ever. Brackets Thailand.
Oh. This one's down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Well, let's hope Robbie and everybody knows all safe and well, because they've had a lot of distressing news there over the last few days.
Peter Barnes, who knows my dad quite well from the cricketing days, says that chatting cricket with him the other day.
179 for 5. James bowls a
that's
bouncer.
gotta
That'll be
no
called as a no ball.
That's a wide.
It's given as a wide. So that's just 1 for the total. So for the first time this season, the score is 180 for 5.
Does that happen in any sport?
It just happened then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he was chatting cricket with my dad the other day, and then he said the first thing I heard when I turned on the coverage this morning was you recounting his anecdote about his last catch for Whitburn. Spooky.
Ackermann is 75 on his birthday. Probably the Durham story of the day. As this has turned to Jack Haynes at mid-wicket. There's no run. Difficult to know what a decent score will be. Certainly Durham will be very much hoping to get up and amongst the bonus points. 250 again is the first batting bonus point, and 300, 350 and so on. Bit of work to do just to make sure. Some decent players still to come. Ben Rain, Paul Coghlan, Matt Potts, George Dressel. This wide of the pegs goes through to Clark. End of the 47th over, so in terms of our allocation we're very nearly at the halfway stage of the day. Very nearly 48 gone, 48 to go, and Fergus O'Neill is going to bowl with a runner here. He's come in from a long leg with Richard Marshall, member of the ground staff, alongside him. So there's something afoot, might even be something underfoot, that's just causing Fergus O'Neill, well, just a bit of spray paint after all that.
There was one match here, can you remember when they brought the machine on and cut a section of the wicket out and got some fresh grass from over there and planted it back in? It was like a transplant of grass.
Probably, yeah.
Jonathan Wager says this year for the first time he's going to be following the action online because he's not going to be able to make the games anymore. Good ball there from O'Neill, rattling one through Clark, through to the keeper. So he's been a Durham member since 1992, but he's struggling with his walking now, and although he's been able to position his car quite close to his seat, he's now said it's a struggle to get to the game, so he's going to have to watch and listen online this year. Sorry to hear that. Jonathan normally sits down just below our commentary position, I think.
So O'Neill and his injury, phantom or otherwise, going to get him through another over.
Here he comes again, right arm over, Radcliffe Road end, and Clark looks to drive, and it's a bit heavy on the bat, goes only a short distance up to Dylan Pennington at mid-off, no run. Clark still on none from 8 deliveries. Doug says he's here, enjoying the sunshine, just to our right. Hopefully it remains like this all the way through the game. He says the wicket position is similar to Edgbaston and last season's under-15s boundary. Now that was a ridiculous game, that. Durham scored one of the highest totals for a team following on. Another defensive shot here from Clark, and playing with a Kookaburra ball on a lifeless pitch on the tiny, tiny boundary. That was when Graham Onions came in as a night watchman and ended up getting a 145 not out or something. David Watson says welcome back, hope you wintered well. Let's hope the weather this summer is cricket friendly. Indeed. 180 for 5. That's through to the keeper. It's left alone by Clark. It has been very dry recently, actually, hasn't it?
Yeah. Paul Walter is 80 not out for Essex. Can't recall him opening the batting before. I think I called him Edgar earlier. It's Dean Elgar that's not in the Essex side today, so maybe he's still playing in South Africa. But Walter opening, 80 not out.
O'Neill, oh, that's a nice shot from Clark, and he's placed that through the covers for 4, timed it perfectly there. He's off the mark with his 11th delivery. He moves on to 4, Durham 184 for 5. John Hutchison's listening. He said hopefully we'll get to some grounds this season. Keep hard, he says.
Might be a race on then between tall Paul Walter, who's 80 not out, and Colin Ackermann of Durham, who's 75, not out for the first century of the county championship season. Both got a little way to go yet, but they're the front runners.
One ball left of this over. The Land of Smiles was an operetta composed by Franz Lehar, says Mervyn. O'Neill, last ball of the over. And that's gone off down towards backward square leg on the boundary for 1 for Clark. He moves on to 5, 185 for 5.
Closing in on 3 o'clock. Martin will be doing his updates for the listeners in the northeast in the not too distant future. Won't be too far away for an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. 185 for 5. Durham, they were 118 for 3 at lunch. Since then they've lost Ollie Robinson, the talented wicket-keeper batter, for 16, caught at slip by Lyndon James from the bowling of Josh Tong. Tong's first wicket as a Nottinghamshire player. And then Will Rhodes, born in Nottingham but has previously played for Yorkshire and Warwickshire, now making his Durham debut. He fell for 10. Good catch, low down, diving full length by Joe Clark from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill. All 3 of O'Neill's wickets have been caught by Clark. It's Lyndon James to bowl to the other Clark, Graham Clark, who stands menacingly with his bat held aloft. Doesn't need to bring it down and smite the ball, because Lyndon James bowled sufficiently wide, or too far wide, for him to be interested in playing it. Lovely day, lots of blue sky around. There's a very light wispy cloud, which I'm sure will have a name, but no idea what all the different cloud names are. This is run to backward point. And there's no run. Lyndon James bowling, of course, it's necessitated a little bit of a switcheroo at slip. Matthew Montgomery is now at first slip. Freddie McCann at second, Jack Hames at third. There's Clark easing into the offside. Lyndon James, the bowler, has been at first slip all the rest of the time, and Montgomery was at third. Nottinghamshire flag above the stand at the Hound Road end at half mast. Ron Alsop, former Nottinghamshire groundsman, died recently as this next one's eased into the offside, and there's no run. There you saw on the live stream. Ron used to look after the ground, the square, during the days of the trophy-winning sides involving Clive Rice, Richard Hadley and so on. 185 for 5, Lyndon James bowls, and Graham Clark again playing a little loosish, looking to hit in the V, but the ball off the outside edge along the ground, runs out into the covers, and there's no run there. Middlesex become the first team of the new season to reach 200 in Division 2. One of the games of the first round, that certainly in Division 2, as this is pushed back to the bowler. Middlesex facing Lancashire at Lords. You'd imagine come the end of the season those two are going to be at the top end of the table. Middlesex 201 for 3. Trent Bridge looking an absolute picture today. 185 for 5. There will be that update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second.
Nottinghamshire have begun their county championship season with a 4-day game against Durham at Trent Bridge, with the latest
Durham batting. They're 185 for 5. Fergus O'Neill, the Australian Nottinghamshire debut today, 3 wickets. They've all been catches by Joe Clark, and the most recent, a brilliant one, low down to his left from the bat of Will Rhodes. Terrific work by Joe Clark with the gloves, and also from O'Neill, an impressive debut. Durham 185 for 5. And he missed one ball there, so we're doing that quick 15-second update for Radio Nottingham. Colin Ackermann on 75, pushing the ball harmlessly out onto the offside. Comes O'Neill again. Where's squad number 11? This is pushed up to Pennington at mid-off. And there's no run. Previous number 11s for Notts include was Charlie Schreck and Harry Gurney. Can't think of who would have had number 11 since Harry Gurney. Sure somebody has. 185 for 5, and it's probably a most obvious one. Next ball is pushed up to Dylan Pennington. Strange to look out on a Trent Bridge side and not see Luke Fletcher out there, of course, retiring at the end of the season, and in the winter he's taken on the role of being the Blazers bowling coach. I know, very much embracing that and all it offers. In terms of opportunities, eager to get into coaching, Luke Fletcher, and a chance still to work here at Trent Bridge. I think there were 1 or 2 opportunities to sort of move away and continue his own playing career, but I guess there comes a stage where you just sort of have to look beyond one phase of your life, and if you get an opportunity that you feel is right for you, then take it. So I'm sure we'll see Luke around during the summer. It sounded like bat on to pad there, even though O'Neill is appealing. A single taken by Ackermann, who now moves on to 76, 186 for 5, rejoined by Martin Emerson, having just wandered along the corridor to update the listeners in the northeast.
How many phases of your life have you had, Dave?
Not enough.
I want more phases.
Yeah. Last ball of this over, then O'Neill bowls, and it's blocked by Graham Clark. He remains on 5. Durham 186 for 5. Lee's, this is scorecard order. Lee's 52, McKinney 5, Gay without scoring, Robinson 16, and Rhodes 10. The 5 to be dismissed. Where are we? Balance of play. You never know, do you? These two put 200 on, and it's very firmly in Durham's. Notts winkle out a couple more before 200 on the board, and Notts will think they've had a good day. It's up for grabs, as they say. You can have a bit of Lyndon James if you wish.
Here he is, right arm over from the pavilion end, tickled off the legs and down towards fine leg for 4 by, you hear the ball hitting the advertising hoarding, by Ackermann, who moves on to 80. So he's faced 134 balls. Durham 190 for 5, so 60 away from a batting point. Not 1 more wicket away from a bowling point.
Paul Walters 85 not out for Essex against Surrey at Chelmsford. The race is very much on between those two for the first century of the season.
In comes James, bowls, and it's defended by Ackermann. It rolls up to mid-off. No run.
Birthday boy Ackermann. Yorkshire's fairly dismal looking 121 all out against Hampshire. The top score was David Milan's 31. George Hill got 20, and that was it. Nobody else reached 20. There were 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott and 3 for Liam Dawson.
Here comes the bowler. That is defended. Ball trickles off to the cover area. Hamid with two very muddy knees picks it up.
Hampshire, by the way, already 39 without loss in reply. Got Mark Stoneman down there now opening the batting, and of course James Vince no longer around, or around only for white ball cricket.
Halfway through this over, in comes James, and that is... Oh, he hasn't bowled him, has he? He thought he'd bowled him, the bails haven't come off. So he's not out. That's incredible. They all heard a noise, and James was celebrating, arms in the air, and he went to look at the bails, and they're still there.
Well, you're
Hasib Hamid saying, "Come and have a look at these," to the umpires, but is the bail dislodged at all?
The umpire's now just gone up and lifted a bail off just to prove that they do come off. They've not been glued on. But you were absolutely right. I wondered if it was so obvious it was a nick, but I thought, initially they were celebrating the bowling. Ackermann, my word. If you get the chance to speak to him at the end of the day, if he has got 100 on his birthday, that's a big moment, isn't it? 80. Bowled neck and crop, bails don't come off. I tell you what, Pennington is not... Oh, it's Lyndon James, isn't it? Lyndon James. Pennington didn't have a deal of luck this morning when he bowled. Well, Lyndon James having the same misfortune. Crikey.
In comes the bowler again. That's just played up to mid-off. He needs to buy a lottery ticket as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So this is the first time he's actually had a birthday in our cricket season, because we've never had a start as early as this. It's 10 years since Durham won their opening game, and I was looking at the statistics quite a while ago now, last year sometime, and I could not remember the match. It was a win at Taunton. In comes James, played back up towards the bowler's end. That's the end of the over, and I was looking at the scorecard and I was thinking, I can't remember anything about this game. And then when I looked at the date, I realised it wasn't there, because that was the week we had Astrid. So that's the last time Durham won the first game of the season, 10 years ago at Taunton. So Ackermann born April the 4th, 1991. I was already a journalist by then.
I was already old by then.
You were born old.
It's extraordinary, really. Clearly clipped the stumps with some force. They all heard it. Here is O'Neill. Bowls to Clark now, who's on 5. Played this out on the leg side, and there's no run. It's the 52nd over of the innings, unless they've snuck a regulation change in that neither Martin or I are aware of. New ball still at 80 overs as it's defended. That's not to say they won't have snuck in a regulation change. They don't tell us, do they? But no, I assume it's still 80 overs. The second new ball becomes due. .190 for 5. Fergus O'Neill in his 15th over, figures of 3 for 40. Bowls to Graham Clark, who brings the bat down and gives the ball a meaty clip up to a mid-on. There's no run. Clark, brother of Surrey's Jordan. Ackermann and umpire Lloyd at this end having a right old blather, presumably about that incident. O'Neill bowls wide enough for Clark to leave alone. Live County Championship cricket brought to you by the BBC. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson with Matt Henry with us today from BBC Sport Online. Normally looks after the web pages on the BBC Sport website. Loud out today. See a bit of cricket. 190 for 5. This one's pulled away on the leg side, beats the diving Hamid, and there's a boundary for Clark. When he hits it, it stays hit generally. Gave that a good old wallop down the ground for 4. Ugly looking shot in some sense, but he hit it so hard, so crisply, that just a case of beating the diving Hamid, and he was always going to get full value for his shot. Here comes O'Neill in once more, this time on the pads and turned away onto the leg side. There's protection there. 195 for 5. Nigel Long from square leg. It is the end of the over. Instead of moving from square leg to stand behind the stumps, is making a beeline for his mate. Is briskly gone across to chat to umpire Graham Lloyd. Son of Bumble. Decent player in his own right. Well, they both were, but Graham Lloyd actually played some ODIs for England.
I did a dinner with him a few years ago. I think it was the Durham Senior League annual dinner at the Ramside, and he was telling the story about how he received a call up to play for England in a one-day international, and he turned up at Lord's in his Capri, and the guy in the gate wouldn't let him in because he didn't know who he was. He said the rumours that I only got in the team because my dad was the coach were never proven.
Been a while since we've seen spin. Here is Farhan Ahmed, bowled 4 overs before lunch, 1 for 11.
Is he still 17?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's I'll find his date. I was going to say it's only relatively recently 17 as well, I think.
Sun's just catching the umpire's watch at the far end there, and glistening back towards us. I wonder if that might put the... In fact, it was the camera. He's got that camera on his chest. It was a camera lens at it.
Yeah.
I wonder if that might put the batsman off at all. Clark is on strike on 10. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Got one slip quite tight. In he comes. Clark plays that to backward point, no run there.
Yeah, he was 17 in February, so only 17 in 6 weeks.
Josh Tongue fielding a backward point. Asim Hamid is in an advanced mid-on position on a backward square leg. Deep mid-wicket as well. Clark drives, that's gone straight back over the bowler's head and away for 4 up to the pavilion end of the ground. Played that right out the meat. He has 14. Durham are 199 for 5, so they're 51 away from a batting point. Not still 1 wicket away from their second bowling point. The ball hit the angled advertising signs at the far end of the ground and went up and onto the sight screen and has now disappeared behind it somewhere. So there's scaffolding all across there. I think half of it's a building site, so I'll not be able to go in there. He's asking people in the stand, where is it? And
seen club cricket, they just, we'll use this one, we'll use the spare, and wait for somebody to go and find it.
The guy halfway up the stand saying it went over. It's up there, over there.
You need to put your hard hat on to go in there.
They're going to need a spare ball now and then, aren't they?
It's been lobbed back, found from somewhere.
Oh, somebody in the building site spotted it then.
I don't know if there's anybody down there, do you? I've not seen anybody.
Well, who threw it back? Just suddenly reappeared on the field there.
Don't know.
199 for 5. Clark is on strike. He's faced 27 balls for his 14. Ahmed comes in. Clark drives past him. They've now left the fielder out and long on, so he'll get a single there. That's the 200 up for Durham after 52.3 overs, 200 for 5. Ahmed again, driven by Ackermann through the covers to that short boundary for 4 on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. He moves on to 84.
Looks in good order, as did Alex Lees earlier on. Lees who fell to Ahmed this morning. Been playing fairly freely and then just chipped the spinner up to O'Neill at mid-on.
In comes Ahmed. Ackermann with a big stride forward there just to defend that ball, play it safely away. $204 for 5. 18 minutes past 3. The first day of the season in beautiful sunshine. And that's a single for Ackermann. He'll keep strike at the end of that over there, so he's now got 86 to his name. Or has it already added the single on?
Grand National tomorrow. Absolutely no idea with the horses.
No. Is it Blackwood, the jockey, who won it through in 2021?
Rachel Blackmore.
Blackmore. She was on 5 Live this morning. She had a nasty fall yesterday.
Oh dear.
And the horse unfortunately died. Change of bowling here. Dylan Pennington coming on from the Radcliffe Road end. She's running in the National tomorrow.
Yeah, so Pennington replaces O'Neill. Pennington, 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 37 today. He's another tall man, him, Tong, Conor McCurr, they're all absolute skyscrapers. Conor McCurr is out on the field actually, wearing his new number 3. He's at mid-on. Here is Pennington. In now to bowl, and oh, that one stung. Colin Ackermann takes his hand off his off the bat, off the top of the bat. So also got 2 subs out there at the moment, Martin. In the covers, Ben Martindale at mid-on, Conor McCurr. Presume O'Neill's gone off. Don't know who the other one is. Maybe Tong.
Ball's a heavy ball, as they say. Dylan Pennington.
Next ball's worked onto the leg side. And there's no run. It's not. Josh Tong's over in front of the Smith Cooper stand, so it's not him. Sort it out in the fullness of time. Can't see Jack Haynes. Sakani's at third slip, so Montgomery's at first slip, so it's Lyndon James. Got there in the end, go around them all. So James and O'Neill off the field at the moment as Pennington comes in with Durham 205 for 5. Balls now and driven behind square on the offside. Out to Ben Slater, single, 206 for 5. Ackermann on to 86. Brings Graham Clark back onto strike. This pair have added 35. Wickets today going down at 22, 24 and 102. They were in the morning session. And then since lunch, 136 for 4 and 171 for 5.
10.5 overs away from tea.
Yeah, both sides getting the job done at the moment as Pennington Bowls to Clark, just leans on that, the inside portion of the bat, just deflecting it down to Tong behind square on that short boundary. 207 for 5. Yes, where are we in terms
It's
of...
going to be about a 4 o'clock tea, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd imagine. Well, although Foreign Ahmed's just come into the attack. Not great fun for...
+1, isn't it?
Yeah, not great fun for Dylan Pennington, because he'll be bowling his overs from this end and Foreign Ahmed's going to rattle through his in about 70 seconds at the other. There's Pennington. In again bowls, and another one that finds the edge and goes past third slip down towards third man. Ben Slater's got a long run after it. Probably should have been 3 there, but they coasted the first couple and only got 2 for their troubles. 209 for 5. But it does mean Ackermann's on to 88. Let's check on where Paul Walter is right now. He's on 88. Battle joined, Martin. First century of the season. Ackermann 88 not out here. Paul Walter 88 not out at Chelmsford. Pennington to bowl to the South African born Ackermann, who gets a shortish delivery, gets high on his tippy toes to defend out onto the offside end of the over. 209 for 5. We've had 54 overs, and yeah, Martin's spot on. 10 overs to go before tea.
Got a tip for the Grand National from Lee Towers. Dusty carpet. It's never been beaten.
Oh.
Great to have the county championship back, and what a day for it. He says a good season in the offing for Durham. I suspect also the sooner you get Dave over to Blue Sky, the better they are. You've had that many invitations.
Can't
Dave.
see it happening ever.
Well, it's like Twitter was, but 10 years ago, when it was everybody was nice to each other.
Dusty carpet can't be beaten.
Yeah.
Ah.
You've just got it, haven't you? I thought that hadn't quite sunk in. Farhan Ahmed comes jogging in, ball tucked under his chin, and bowls. Clark cuts out towards the cover boundary. 1 run takes him on to 17. Durham 211 for 5. He starts Ahmed in this crouched position with his legs apart, like he's a high jumper about to go and have a go at the bar, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's an interesting style.
Flintoff was a bit like that, wasn't he? And George Scrimshaw, who was Derbyshire now at North Ends, but they, of course, fast bowlers.
Comes in again. Ackermann forward to this one, plays it back along the ground to the bowler.
Whatever he does it well.
Rach says, lovely catch up with my cricket family at Trent Bridge today. Home to the stream now for the doggo duties, she says. This next ball's gone off towards mid-wicket, no run there. She said, I love that the season commentary has started strong with my favourite ragging couple. What does that mean? Must be a letter missing there. 210 for 5. That's played back to the bowler. I thought there was a single earlier on. Have they not added that single onto the ball?
There was a single from the first ball of the over.
Yeah.
3 dots since then.
2 deliveries to go then. Ackermann on 88 from 150 balls. He drives at this one. Picks a fielder at wide, mid-off, no run. Rach is also wondering if you're going to come over here rather than be over there. It's not going to happen, is it? I had 7,000 followers over there, and I just got to the point where I couldn't face putting it on anymore. Hardly luck there these days. $210 for 5. Ahmed comes in, he bowls. Oh, he didn't time that well there. From Ackermann, he tried to run his wrists through the ball there, and it's come right off the toe of the bat and bobbled back to the bowler, end of the over. takes the 1 run from it. There's a craneway in the distance, pointing up to the sky, but it's not moving. Building site somewhere on that far end of Westbridge.
Crikey's a long way away, isn't it?
Yeah. Got a bit of high haze. We'd normally be able to tell you which way the wind's blowing from the steam coming out of the cooling towers, but they've switched them off now. It is nice down there on the river. When you go to Trent Lock, where the river Soar and the Trent meet, and the Olrywas Canal, some nice little pubs and restaurants down there as well. The Trent Lock Golf Course.
There's Pennington roaring in, having had his 90 seconds breather in between foreign arm overs. First ball is just guided with an open face towards third. They get a couple of runs. Takes Graham Clark on to 19. Durham 212 for 5. Started the afternoon on 118 for 3. First ball of the post-lunch session was a no ball to take them to 120.
Neil says he joined Blue Sky this morning and have now left the other place, not having used it for at least a year. So you're missing out there.
I promise you I'm not. Division 2, Gloucestershire 172 for 6 at Derby, just down the A52. Next ball is driven into the offside. There'll be at least a couple for Graham Clark. In fact, that one's gone all the way. That one didn't hold up on the Lusher extremes. So, nice looking shot from Clark. Yeah, Derby sure at home to Gloucestershire. Dave Fletcher and Ed Seaborn will be bringing you commentary from that one. Bracey out for 48, Graham Van Buren 48 not out at the moment for Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 163 for 7. Nick Webb and Richard Ray will be looking after things for the BBC for that one. 3 wickets there for Holland, Ian Holland, the former Hampshire player. This is Clark turning this
Ian Holland
on the leg side.
My first newspaper editor, second newspaper editor, Ian Holland.
At Lords, Middlesex 228 for 4 against Lancashire. Sam Robson made 70, Max Holden 69. Leas Deploy is 38 not out in that one. Don't know who's on duty for Middlesex down there. Scott Reed will be down there.
Be Guy, will it?
Might be Guy Swindles. May well be. Pennington. Balls again lifted up and away on the offside by Ackermann to move to 89 to 18 for 5 at Wantage Road. The evergreen Andrew Rad will have
What?
Who's sitting in for Kent this week? I did see that
it's
it was
Dan.
yeah,
Dan White. Dusty Dan.
Dan Whiteley.
Whiting.
Dan Whiting, who did both Gloucestershire and Surrey last year.
Yeah.
He's now doing Kent at Wantage Road, where Kent are 208 for 8, 72 for Tawenda Moyei. This is down the leg side and tickled away for a single by Clark. Turning into an expensive over this one, but we bring up the 50 partnership with a leg side tickle. It also takes Durham to 222. Tawenda Moyei, who I've just mentioned there for Kent, came up recently when I had a night out with Luke Fletcher. We went and had a natter to a cricket club. Tawenda Moyei has the honour of being Luke Fletcher's first class dismissal, and it was a catch on the deep square leg boundary by Rob Lord at the very end of last season. Pennington to Clark on 28. That 50 boundary partnership brought up with the boundary. Now Clark turns it on the leg side. End of the 56th over. Durham 222 for 5. Clark 26. Ackermann on 89. They've added 51 for this 6th wicket.
If you want to follow me on social media, at martycricket.bsky.social is the address. And I'm just seeing in front of me here, this social media site now has 34 million followers.
What do you offer, Martin, for those that follow you? What do you offer?
Updates,
What do you give them?
Updates on the cricket and pictures of the Roca Riviera generally, and the odd bit of cycling chat as well.
There you go, folks. More than 100 runs now scored this afternoon. It was 118 for 3 at lunch.
Is 2-2-2 anything for you? Because
It's a double Nelson, isn't it?
Fine Ahmed bowling to Ackermann. Ackermann plays the ball back to the bowler, just on the offside.
You won't scoff when a wicket goes down in this over. Where's Paul Walter? 90. Walter's got 90.
Quite a race going on then. Ackermann on 89 from 154 balls. Ahmed comes in, he bowls. Ackermann plays that to Hamid. Slightly advanced mid-on. Beautiful sunny day here in Nottingham, and there's no rain forecast for quite some time around the country by the looks of things. It's got me thinking back to lockdown in 2020 when there was not a cloud in the sky for weeks. Tyne-and-Wear was the driest place in the country. This is played back past Ahmed for a single up towards long on by Ackermann. He moves on to 90. Durham now 2-2-3 for 5. I think it was the driest place that spring and broke records going back 169 years. But I do wonder what impact the sudden stopping of heavy industry and airlines had on the weather. Because when things started to open again by the July, all the storms came back, didn't they? Ahmed, right arm over to Clark. Clark pushes towards point, sets off for a single, changes his mind, and Ackermann has to scurry back.
Yes, there wasn't an awful lot to get too excited about in the early months of, well, throughout 2020 in truth, but the weather was one of them.
I was playing records on the radio, DJing. Ahmed to Clark, slightly over pitch. Clark plays it off his legs up too long on for a single. He now has 29. Durham 2-2-4 for 5. My timelines reminded me of things that were happening 5 years ago on Facebook, and on one of the occasions people were talking about doing haircuts at home, and my former school pal Mandy, who's got her own hair salon, messaged to say, whatever you do not cut your hair during lockdown with a pair of kitchen scissors, because you'll regret it. So I imparted that advice on air. We might have saved 1 or 2 fringes that day. Ahmed to Ackermann. Ball driven along the floor out into the covers for 1 run. And that is the end of the over. So 39 to go, 7 to tee. Durham 225 for 5. Ackermann 91. Clark 29. Partnership 54. 57 overs have gone here on the BBC.
And Ackermann's on 91. Paul Walter's on 91. Essex 202 for 2. First ton of the new season. It's just a small little.
There's now a hashtag, Dave, for the campaign.
What is it?
Hashtag brace for Blue Sky. Come on in, Dave, says Nigel King.
Pennington brought up his half century as well. He's 0 for 53. Been unlucky today. Comes in to bowl to Ackermann on 91, and he's playing with a bat that seems about 3 feet wide. It will only be the regulation bat. I did hear I went out for the toss this morning. I did hear Nigel Long and Graham Lloyd says we will be periodically checking the bats, lads. Don't let us down. First match of last season here. It was the young Essex opener, I can't remember, but his bat was taken away and Essex were docked some points eventually, 225 for 5.
Happened to Durham 2 years ago. Australian batsman They tried to suggest his bat had swelled on a...
Nick Maddison?
Yeah, and a muggy afternoon at Derby. Because, of course, Derby's quite equatorial, isn't it? Yeah.
I can remember Nick Maddison. I can't remember. Is it Cushy? The Essex opener. But he had his bat confiscated and they ended up...
It was, it didn't go through the gauge.
225 for 5. Pennington bowls again. Colin Ackermann works it away onto the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes, who's been a live wire in there today, saved a few runs.
He said he'd used the bat before, but when I looked at it, it looked new. But they were suggesting at the time that sometimes the V going down the back of the bat isn't in a straight line, and if it's slightly off centre because the bat hasn't been, shaved properly, then that's why it wouldn't go through the gauge. But I think Durham got fined a few points actually.
Got my brand new Nottinghamshire cricket annual in front of me here. We'll just try and find it during the course of the over as Pennington bowls short, pulled away, dismissed from his presence by Ackermann for 4. And now he moves on to 95. Walter's on 92. So Ackermann for the first time is ahead. It was Cushy, the Essex opener.
Was it against Notts? Was it?
Yes, it was here. It was here,
right.
First day of the season, first game of the season.
New batch of bats.
Ferros Cushy. Was it Ferros? It was
Ferros, wasn't it?
Yep.
Joe's been on. He says the ball actually jumped out of the bail. Sorry, the bail jumped up and fell back into the groove when Ackermann was bowled.
You know it's your day, don't you?
And he says, P.S. I'm glad you're on this side. I would have missed your Durham updates. The notes of the summer.
He was on 80 when that happened.
Yeah.
Colin Ackermann. He's now on 95. Dylan Pennington, wicketless. He had a chance to go down this morning. It was Lyndon James, the unlucky bowler, at the stumps. And Ackermann happy to defend. 229 for 5.
Happened to me once, that at Felling. Got bowled and the bail stayed on. It's a sickening sound, isn't it, when you hear the ball hitting the wood and you're batting?
Yeah.
What other disappointing sounds are there in life like that? The crunch of a bumper when you reverse into a wall in a car park.
Dropping a teacup or a glass.
Yeah.
Pennington bowls, driven by Ackermann. Or in a pub, somebody dropping a pint and glass, because everybody cheers. It's sort of the regulations, isn't it? If somebody drops a glass and it shatters, hey! End of the over, 229 for 5 it is.
Or the horrible hiss when a thorn's gone through your bike tyre.
Oh, well, I've honestly never had that.
Because you've never ridden a bike. You still got the stabilisers on yours.
229 for 5. Going to be Farhan Ahmed. What is there? There's 6 overs left. I was just watching Fergus O'Neill. What to be loosening up again. I think Pennington's getting fed up of bowling his overs and then Farhan racing through the next one. Here is the young spinner.
Going to come round the wicket now, right arm round. Off spin bowling to the right-handed Clark. Quicker delivery. Clark plays it up to Hamid at short mid-on, no run there. Stephen Johnson's email. Martin, what brilliant weather for the opening day. And great to have the commentary back on. Great effort from Ackermann today as well. Can we push Surrey this season, he asks. I think they're still going to be the ones for everybody to be chasing, aren't they? Ahmed in again. Playing a miss as Clark looks to cut that past point, and it's gone into the keeper's gloves. Got one slip in there as well in Matthew Montgomery. $229 for 5. 5.4 overs to tee. Ahmed right arm round, comes in. Clark places to mid wicket, no run there. Will you be going for your scone, as you call them, later on?
No.
Do you put on the jam first or the cream first?
You put the cream on first, don't you?
Don't they do it the other way in Cornwall or somewhere? round the wicket, pavilion end. Clark plays the ball to backward point, no run. Picked up there by Josh Tongue.
The other thing with Ackermann v Walter, Paul Walter opened the innings for the first time for Essex. He's faced 156 balls. Ackermann, despite coming in at number 4, has faced more. He's faced 163 balls for his 95.
The most horrendous draw that I witnessed in June in the heat at Chelmsford last year, where it looked like Durham might win the game and Essex just put the block on. Played by Clark up to mid-off, no run there. It ended in a draw. It was just absolutely dull on a stiflingly hot day, and I think it was the Essex captain took him 71 deliveries to get his first boundary.
Well, Essex were here for the opening game last season. On the opening day, Sam Cook got a hat-trick.
Weren't there hat-tricks in both innings in that game? Or not?
No. We have had that here before against Somerset.
Yeah. Turned by Clark, short on the leg side. Hamid comes to field from the roundabout square leg, 1 run.
A number of years ago now, Craig Overton in the first innings, Tom Abel in the second.
That was it. Somerset.
2:30 for 5, the Durham score. Still got 5 overs to go until tea. Despite me seeing Fergus O'Neill warming up, it's going to be Josh Tongue instead to come on for a little blast before the tea interval. I think this is the first time he's bowled from this end. His previous 11 overs coming from the pavilion end. 11 overs, no maidens, 1 for 52. Dismissed Ollie Robinson with a catch at slip by Lyndon James. Quarter to 4-ish, so we're already a little behind time. But the tea interval won't be, I guess, much after 4 o'clock. Here's Tong then to bowl to Clark, has made his way to 30 and now makes his way to 36 with a short ball. In fact, no, it just bounces just in front of the boundary rope. Short ball from Tong, who in each of his 3 spells now has come on and bowled a rusty old first delivery. 2:34 for 5. But he went for a couple of boundaries. First 2 balls he bowled this morning, and then he started after lunch, started with a no ball and then went for a boundary from a short delivery his next one. Clark on 34. This is better, pitched up, and Graham Clark turns it to mid-on. Ackermann 95, Clark 34. They've added 63 for this 6th wicket. Useful runs for Durham, who were 24 for 2 after Fergus O'Neill dismissed Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay this morning. There's Josh Tongue. Balls, and Clark mistimes this one. Tongue wearing 24. Amongst previous Nottinghamshire players who've worn number 24 are a couple who've played for Durham as well, Will Gidman and Ross Taylor.
Big hitter Ross Taylor, wasn't he?
Nice man. 2:34 for 5 as this is defended. Will Gidman still part of the coaching staff at Durham?
I think I saw him walking around here earlier on.
Vernon Philander as well. His brief stint with Notts a number of years ago. He had number 24. Again, I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 others that forgotten for the time being. Tong bowls now, and Clark digs this out. Montgomery out of the slip cordon. There's only a couple of slips there now, so Montgomery's out at mid-wicket. First time really he's been running about today. gentle pre-match buzz around the ground amongst the spectators. Graham Lloyd is the umpire at this end, watching on as Clark drives. Hamid, the Notts captain, there's a surprise. Lost his Nottinghamshire cap as he moves smartly to field that one. It's the end of the over, 2:34 for 5. And there are 4 overs to go until tea.
Do you watch Have I Got News For You? Not your cup of tea?
In spells. No, in spells. I must admit I've not seen it for a while, and then suddenly I'll watch one and make a note of watching it for the next 3 or 4 weeks, but I haven't seen one for a while.
That's because it hasn't been on for a while. But the new series starts tonight.
Oh, well.
2 questions. How many seasons of Have I Got News For You have there been, and what year did it start in?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're going to tell me it's celebrating its 40th anniversary, something like that. Ian Hislop seems to have been around forever doing that programme. So I'll say 40 years. 2:34 for 5. Here's Farhan.
Comes in and bowls. Ackermann plays the ball to backward point, no run there. It started in 1990.
Wasn't far off, so what's that?
35.
35. Yeah.
How many seasons has there been?
Oh, I don't know. That's an American thing, isn't it?
Well,
Seasons.
Series.
It's 4 seasons in a year.
There've been 65. That's a very long run on TV, that, isn't it? 234 for 5. Ahmed to Ackermann. Ackermann forward to this one. Plays it defensively into the ground. It rolls back towards the bowler. So he's on 95 from 165. I think Matt's gone off for my match notes, you know.
Is it Angus Deaton who presented it for a long, long time, wasn't it? And then somebody fresh every week. In fact, it's my turn in a fortnight. I was only thinking the other day, I must be, must be due on Countdown sometime soon. I can remember applying when they said Channel 4's coming on. There's a new a new letters and numbers game. Get in touch, blah de blah.
2 of our sports team have been on that.
Must be about time to get round to me.
Simon Pride was on it decades ago. I think Colin White was on it as well. In comes Ahmed, turned by Ackermann to deep mid-wicket for a single. So he's now on 96.
Yeah, Paul Walter's on 93, not out.
So this is going to the first centurion of the season.
Yeah, he's going to get there, isn't he? He's going to get there before tea. Probably in the next over. He'll be hoping Josh Tong drops that one short at the start of the over again.
Ahmed to Clark, partnership 64. Trickles away to backward square leg, no run there, picked up by Fergus O'Neill. 1 ball left of this over, and then we have 3 to go to tea. To Tiffin, as our old friend Bob used to say at Radio Bristol.
Tea and Tiffin. Used to be a chocolate bar, Tiffin, back in the day.
This has gone the backward point, no run, end of the over. Durham 235 for 5, Clark 34, Ackermann 96. There was a family round the corner to us called the Tiffins.
Was there?
Yeah.
It was a bit... those that don't remember it, it was a bit Kit-Katty. It was Tiffin. You break a finger off. Well, I think it's just a word. I don't know. I just think it's an old English word used for afternoon tea to cover all bases. As Paul Walter's just gone to 94. Now he can hit a long ball. Might wallop one over the ropes. Here's Tong into Ackermann. You ought to do this, Martin, as he's on 96.
That sounded a bit heavy on the bat, that did. That's one of those splice looseners. He's had 26 centuries so far. Bowled on 80, the bail popped up and then went back into its groove.
How many's he had for Durham then? Last year was his first year, wasn't it? Won't be his first, will it? He's had a couple, you'd imagine.
157 this year against the Uni just last week. Turns this to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, that wasn't the first class game though, was it?
No. 186 in a win against Lancashire last year, 112 against Essex, so 2 for Durham.
Yes, please excuse me if I hope he doesn't get 186 here, because I thoroughly enjoyed watching him. He's got some good runs against Notts for Leicestershire in the past as well. Bit of a pest.
Bowler comes in, this is defended, runs up to Fergus O'Neill, who's fielding it mid-off. Still feeling his calves as well. I think he's going to have to get some ice on them.
Yeah, he hasn't gone off at all, has he? Or just a quick comfort break after one of his spells.
Jack Haynes just having a chat with him. Ball back to the bowler. Josh Tongue, number 24 on his back, as he comes in past the umpire and bowls. That comes hard off the bat. It's around about the splice, and Ackermann has to pull his bottom hand away again there.
He's not dropped that one in short this over. That's cost him a few runs today. 2 out on that leg side fence. Just wonder if he'll test him.
Next delivery is shortish, guided off down towards the third man boundary. There's a fielder all the way down there, so he's just going to get the 2 runs. Is that Hutton down there? Slater.
I'm going to say, I wouldn't have thought it's Hutton.
Hutton's not playing, is he?
He's in the squad. Saw him this morning, Brett.
Ackermann on 98 and on strike. Last ball of the over, 237 for 5, and then 2 overs to tee. In comes the bowler, and again it's a one-handed defensive fend. Ball drops short on the leg side, end of the over.
Good stuff. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson at Trent Bridge. Bring Martin back in as soon as Ackermann's back on strike. Elsewhere, I need to update my doodah because the score seems to have gone backwards there. That's better. Essex 225 for 2. Walters on 94. Hampshire 62 without loss, having bowled Yorkshire out for 121. Somerset 46 for 3, having bowled Worcestershire out for 154. That's at Taunton. Hope you've not got tickets for day 4, folks. And Sussex 232 for 4 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire as Farhan Ahmed bowls to Clark. Just have a little look, make sure nobody for Sussex has got a huge score there. Tom Clark 72 not out, doing the business at the moment. John Simpson, what a fabulous player he is, another talented wicketkeeper bat. He's 40 not out for Sussex, who were promoted along with Yorkshire last year. Farhan Ahmed to Clark, who stands with bat raised, brings it down and defends. Gloucestershire 190 for 6 at Derby. Glamorgan 180 for 8 at home to Leicestershire. Middlesex 237 for 6 at home to Lancashire. Kent 231 for 8 at Wantage Road against Northants. All the scores, all the live updates on the BBC Sport website and app. Clark on 34. Farhan Ahmed, 1 wicket to show for his efforts today. Bowles and Clark turns it to leg. Captain's there again. The effervescent Asib Hamid in charge now for his 2nd season after Stephen Mullaney stood down at the end of 2023. Retired effectively from the game as Clark pushes this back to the bowler, part of the coaching staff now, Stephen Mullaney.
I'm going to have to go next door. I'm going to miss this, unfortunately, if it happens in the next over. Need to dial in.
It may be that he's spending tea in the 90s. He's 98 not out, but he's at the non-strikers end. Durham 237 for 5. As Farhan Ahmed comes in to bowl to Clark. Just plays with soft hands on the leg side. Paul Walter 95 not out. How many overs have they had at Chelmsford? 62, so they are 2 overs away from tea. here we're 7 balls away from tea. 5 dots in this particular over. Farhan Ahmed 1 for 27. This is the end of his 8th over and turned round the corner by Clark. Can't get a run. It's the end of the over. Durham 2-3-7 for 5. They're 13 away from a batting point, but that will have to take care of itself when we come back in 20 minutes after going off. About between 20 and 25 past 4. Away we go in. Last ball of the last over of the afternoon session, to be bowled by Josh Tong. Durham are 118 for 3. Just about. Oh, there's a nice looking shot by Ackermann down the ground, and this will go for 4. Lovely stroke from Colin Ackermann. On his birthday, Ackermann reaches 3 figures, the first to do so in the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. It's been a glorious innings. 174 balls, 15 fours and 1 6. He had a huge stroke of luck on 80 when Lyndon James and the entire Nottinghamshire team thought he'd been bowled. The ball from Lyndon James clipping a bail, which seems to have been dislodged and then landed back in the groove. So he lived to fight on, and now just before tea reaches a splendid century. Durham 241 for 5. Ackermann goes to 102. Again, Josh Tong going for a boundary at the start of an over. He's 1 for 62. There's another run or 2 here as it's guided away fine down to third. They will come back for a couple. So Durham losing 3 wickets in the morning session. They've lost 2 between lunch and now, with a maximum of 4 balls left. If a wicket did go down, they'd troop off. And when they do troop off, that will be the tea interval. We'll be back with you when they return as Tong comes in. Bouncer, that's again causing Joe Clark to dive down the leg side. Gets a glove on it to stop it. 243 for 5 Durham. This pair have added 72 for the 6th wicket. Ben Rain, Paul Coghlan, George Drissell and Matthew Potts still to come as Tong bowls to Ackermann. Just defended. Ackermann's been there since the 8th over of the morning when Emilio Gay fell. At that stage it was 24 for 2. Alex Lees had also been dropped in a frantic opening period. Dropped by Lyndon James off the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Went on to make 52. Here's Tong in once more. Pushed gently into the offside by Ackermann. So we are 1 delivery away from the tea break. Don't necessarily expect any fireworks from this final delivery. I think they'll all be ready for a cuppa. It's been a lovely day. The sun has shone. Gentle breeze. Ideal for playing and watching cricket. That's Josh Tong. 1 wicket to his name today. Bowls. Ackermann leaves it alone. He will survive to come back and continue after tea. He was 41 not out at lunch. He's 104 not out at tea. Graham Clark is 34 not out. And Durham 243 for 5 after 64 overs. And with that, we'll bid you farewell for 20 minutes. When the players return, so will the commentary. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players are out in the middle. The commentators are back in the commentary box, and we'll be underway in the fullness of time with Durham resuming on 243 for 5. The race to get the first century of the season didn't become a race after all, because Paul Walter of Essex was dismissed for 95, but Colin Ackermann got there.
Am I on, am I?
Before lunch, Martin Emerson, Dave Bracegirdle and Matt Henry from BBC Sport are alongside. Farhan Ahmed has ball in hand, and we'll be getting underway with 32 overs left in the day. And we're away with Farhan Ahmed bowling to Graham Clark. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Scones, jam, cream, all safely negotiated?
They were good. Yeah.
Good man.
The cream was quite compacted, wasn't it?
I liked it. I didn't hate it though. Yeah.
A good number of years ago, they brought the clotted cream out in a big glass bowl for everybody to get some as this is defended. And God knows what happened, but I knocked it off before anybody else had any. It went down on the floor. And
were you caught licking the inside of the ball?
I think the stains were on the carpet for about 4 years afterwards. Hell of a mess. 243 for 5. Clark on 34. The end of the first over here, bowled by Farhan Ahmed. Hopefully we're going to get a replay of what happened when Ackermann was on 80. This is drilled back to the bowler. Those of you that were watching the live stream may or may not have seen it or seen the replays. I think we were looking out in the middle and missed the replay, but we're going to get, hopefully, producer Kirsty will have got all her best shots of it. Ahmed, teenager, 17 years of age, bowls to Clark, turns it round the corner, gets a single. Fielding done by, and that says number 14 Matthew Montgomery, but that's Josh Tong. We've got two number 14s out there. Oh, yeah. Josh Tong has obviously run out of number 24s. Montgomery is at first slip. There's Ackermann on 104 on his birthday. Taps his bat, slightly crouched stand for an Ahmed round the wicket bowls and leaning a long way forward. Colin Ackermann defends.
Is he learning to drive, do you know?
I don't, Martin, no.
Well, my daughter just turned 17 on Christmas Eve, so she's been learning to drive. It's £45 a lesson nowadays. It's a lot of money. And at the minute, you can't get a test until September. 20-week waiting list.
244 for 5. Get a bus ticket. This is pushed behind square, so I'm going to have a little look at the live stream here just to see if something happens. It may well happen now. This was when Lyndon James was bowling to Colin Ackermann.
Looks like the balls hit the top of the bail and pushed it back onto the stump, didn't it? Somebody said to me it had lifted up, but you can't see that there, can you?
Well, I was sat outside, just in the crowd below the dressing rooms when that happened. I went out for a bit of sunshine, and there was a shout from behind me, which is where, as I said, the dressing rooms have moved to this end of the ground, and there was a shout. I'm not sure if it came from the dressing room, but it sounded like it did. I don't want to throw accusations. There was a shout of, if it's out of the groove, it's out, which seemed to be a suggestion that somehow the bail had popped up, but become like wedged half in, half out or something like that. But that was the shout from behind me, not on the field. So the umpire came in and had a look, and that clearly hadn't happened. No. Otherwise that would be out. I mean, it's not something I've ever seen before. The bail to can't be half on, half off or something.
Here's Tong bowling. Now this is confusing because he's got 24 on now. And a minute ago he had 14 on.
Yeah, well, he's taken a something off and given it to the umpire. So that might be one of those top slipovers or some such. Now, producer Kirsty said from that angle it may have been the thigh pad, but I think it was not the thigh pad. It was the stump from what we saw there. It just clipped the stump and it didn't come off. But as far as I'm aware, the bail can go up in the air, do 3 somersaults and a triple salco, and if it lands back in the groove, you're not out.
Yeah, it's got to land on the ground, hasn't it? This is played by Clark towards Deep gully, 1 run.
So if
Takes
it was
36.
if it was to land, if
You're
it was to
asking.
come out.
I suspect you're looking in the wrong direction when you're looking towards me.
Because I don't know the answer, but that was the suggestion from behind me, which seemed to come from the dressing room, that if the bail say if it landed back in, half out, almost propped up on the other bail, is that out? Because the stumps are broken then.
Well, it'd be out of its groove then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not on the floor. But I mean, it's obviously very unlikely to happen.
This is a ball that spits up a little bit at Ackermann. He fends it off towards gully for a single. He moves on to 105, 246 for...
No ball.
No,
Again.
sorry, no ball.
Yeah, there will be people out there more... I was going to say...
The bails have got to fall from the stumps.
I was going to say, I'd like to think we're fully versed in the regulations, the laws of the game, but if there's somebody out there that can just dot the I's and cross the T's on
I
what
was
happened...
just confused by this cry that came from behind me.
No.
Comes the bowler. That's gone down to third man for 1 for Clark. He moves on to 37. Durham 249 for 5. So they're a run away from the first bonus point. The wicket is broken fairly. The wicket is broken when at least one bail is completely removed from the top of the stumps, or one or more of the stumps is removed from the ground.
We need zing bails in the county championship now to light up, so we know.
Tongue comes in. That's left. It goes through to the keeper. 2 slips in place.
Do you know what the thing was? This isn't Josh Tong.
What with the number 14?
With the number 14 on.
Mid off. Who is it then?
Yes, it is Josh Tong. No, it can't be.
He's bowling.
It can't be.
Matt Montgomery
That's not Matt Montgomery.
coming in to get the ball. He's got number 14 next to his name on my scorecard.
Yeah, but that's...
Tung's got number 24 on his back. Montgomery's got number 14. Says Montgomery.
I know it says Montgomery.
But you don't think that's him in his own shirt?
The
I can
shirt
see
that
it's not his shirt.
The shirt that comes out the back of the umpire's back pocket here, we need to look at that.
This isn't Matt Montgomery.
What, bowling?
Chasing.
Chasing. This is 4 runs, I know that much. Ackermann driving. A ball from Tung, wide of the person who we don't know who it is anymore.
I presume Montgomery's off the field and he's just given his shirt to...
Right.
Kirsty says Sammy King, question mark. May well be. Durham have a point. It's 1-1. Nottinghamshire 1, Durham 1. So if you had that down as a score draw, you've got 3 points. The yellow belly on something we were talking about, one of many things before lunch. For those familiar with Carry On films, where am I going, Martin? Where am I going with this? For those familiar with Carry On films, tiffin was also used as a euphemism for something that didn't involve eating cake.
Oh.
Thank you, Yellow Belly. There's Farhan Ahmed. The ball to Graham Clark, who's snuck along under the radar to reach 37 not out. He doesn't usually sneak along anywhere, Graham Clark. He's usually front and centre in everything he does and gives it a bit of a mighty wallop. But he's played some nice shots, but still a little surprising to look up and then see he's made his way to 37 from 65 balls. He's a dangerous player. This is played up to mid-off. Nigel King, Dave, the ball definitely popped up and back in. He's sent me a replay of what we've just seen. Steve Crawley, Dave, my 8th pint today was a double mistake. I can see 2 number 14s out there. Yes, thanks, Steve. We are seeing the same. This has worked on the leg side. This is a thing, isn't it, about subs as well? Because Notts, to my mind, have had at least 3 different subfielders on today. Ben Martindale, Conor McCurr's been on, Sammy King, I think it is. I think Kirsty's absolutely spot on. on as well. So that's 3 different subfielders. 253 for 5, managing their minutes as Clark drives and nicely stopped down to his left by Farhan Ahmed. No run. Do we have an issue with that, gents, or not?
Substitutes.
Just throw on somebody different every time somebody wants to go off.
I think they could tell us who they are. Would make it a lot easier.
That's another. That's another kettle of fish, isn't it? But there's Farhan. 2 balls left in this over, and Clark drills it. Impossible with the naked eye to tell if it was off the ground when it reached Farhan Ahmed. I don't think it was. I think it had pitched in front of him, but decent stop nonetheless by the 17-year-old.
You could have players who were subs this morning doing net sessions this afternoon or something like that.
Yeah. So you have no issue with it?
No.
That's all right.
I think more people were concerned about gravy on my fish and chips.
And this time it's defended. Yeah, there's lots of things that get people more excited than... There we go. Sammy King's just heading off. Ben Martindale runs on with a spare towel. It's Fergus O'Neill who's coming back on the field. Yeah, you mentioned the order you should have things in your cutlery drawer, or what's the what was the favourite TV programme, or chocolate bar, or breakfast cereal, or whatever. And
we got close to it with scones and cream and
scones.
jam. Well,
Scones.
Exactly. Yes, definitely scone, but cream
Scones.
then jam.
Scones.
Let's not go there.
Steve Crawley says Tong's getting a bit of a licking here. Groan, he says. Another no ball from Joshua.
Can I ask a question, Martin? Who do you think would, if David Beddingham had been available for this game, who wouldn't have played?
Clark, probably.
Clark, yeah, because you'd think it would probably be one of these two. The two, Gay and Rhodes, as new signings, probably would have played. Rhodes is going to bowl as well, so...
Well,
and then
Beddingham normally comes in about number 5, doesn't he? So...
you'd think it'd be one of these two, wouldn't you? And
I don't think they'd drop Ackermann.
No.
Ball gone off towards deep square leg now. No run. Sorry, 1 run. To Ackermann. He moves on to 110. Durham 256 for 5. I think Clark was the one who started to miss out towards the end of last season. I mean, one batsman who was a good player who got edged out very early last season was Michael Jones, because they preferred to go with... Well, they tried using Scott Borthwick as an opener for a while, and then they went with Ben McKinney. Jones has gone back to live in Lancashire now and play for Lancashire. Turn comes in. It's just a defensive shot from Clark back up to Montgomery, the proper Montgomery.
Jimmy Anderson spoke very warmly and complimentary about Michael Jones at the WWC. He'd obviously just come in to that dressing room and into that team in pre-season, but he was definitely bigging him up as an important player for them this season, so you'd expect him to play a big part, having taken that move.
Well, he is playing.
And that's a swept 6 up to the back of the stand by Clark, effortless. It's a short boundary, it's only about 50 yards maximum, but there was one man sitting in the centre of the second section of seats who had to duck as the ball hit the row of seats behind him, and he's about 3 or 4 rows from the back there. Clark on to 43. Durham 262 for 5. Put in this morning by Knotts. They lost McKinney for 5 and Gay for a duck, and Alex Lees was out just before lunch for 52. After lunch, Robinson went for 16 and Rhodes for 10. Tongue is driven this time through the long side of the square, and the grass is obviously quite thick on the square there, isn't it? Because it's just held up. That's like a Persian rug. No pace in the square at all. Luscious green grass.
Verdant green, is that what they call it?
Sounds like an Austin Rover car, the Austin Rover Verdant, or something like that. 264 for 5. Shortish ball, Clark lets it go to the keeper. Last ball of the 68th over. Tongue, and that's an edge, and it's gone. Good catch. Is that Montgomery? The real Montgomery? Second slip.
Might be McCann. McCann's been at second all day. We'll confirm that for you.
Oh yeah, 44, yeah. I saw
Just a
4 on
moment.
his top. So Clark has gone. And he departs, caught at second slip for 45. And he's added 93 with Colin Ackermann. But Durham are now 264 for 6.
They've been quite expensive, Josh Tong's first 2 wickets for Nottinghamshire. 2 for 84. We're still in the or in his 16th over, but as they say in horse racing parlance, he'll be better for the run. Certainly, yeah. Just seen a replay of that. Good catch, Freddie McCann. 264 for 6. Not played a lot of cricket. Well, not played any cricket. Of course, he was involved in the pre-season. Notts going to Abu Dhabi, and then games against Oxford University and Leicestershire over the last few days. Notts back in front then in terms of points. Notts 2, Durham 1. 264 for 6. This is Ben Rain or Paul Coghlan on his way out to the middle. Ben Rain. So 2 former Leicestershire men out in the middle. Rain and Ackermann. Rain's another
That's
one.
George Drizzell. No, it's not. It's George Drizzell.
It's a good job we've got Martin. Up on the board, up on the screen. In fact, it still says Rain on the board. Number 8 on his back. Well, he's just announced it. It's George Drizzell.
In the pre-season tour in Zimbabwe, he got 81 and 82 against Zimbabwe. In comes Farron Ahmed. The ball to Ackermann, who's on 110.
Tong's been interesting in that his ball, as Dave mentioned, his ball's a bit waywardly, but his good balls have been really good, haven't they? He's beaten the bat a few times, he's taken a few good wickets. I think that's probably the positive thing that you take out of a game when you're coming back.
Yeah, he's missed all last season, didn't he? So this is his debut. He signed 2 years ago, and this is his county championship debut.
Yeah, you're coming back into cricket, you might be a bit rusty, but if you've still got that zip and you've still got the good balls, you feel like you can build everything else back up, you can build the consistency back up. But he's got a set batter out there with a lovely delivery that like sort of nips off the pitch and takes the edge.
Ahmed comes in. Ackermann forward to the ball, pushes it off towards point for a single. Tongue will field it. Ackermann moves on to 111, 265 for 6. Davy Fenwick says, do you and Brace think umpires in the months of January, February and March practice for the season ahead by just standing in the living room for 6 hours a day? Looking in the mirror.
Well, I think they get gigs in Abu Dhabi and heaven knows where else. There's always something going on, isn't there? There's always a franchise tournament going on somewhere, and English umpires have got a terrific reputation. You'll see them popping up in all parts of the world. It's a good gig.
In comes Ahmed, and that's played safely back to him by George Drizzell. Drizzell's top scorer in this country was at Taunton last year, and he came in as a night watchman. 33.
Can't beat a bit of lemon, Drizzell.
Ahmed around the wicket. Drizzell down the track to him, plays it up to long on, 1 run. So he's off the mark. Second ball.
I assume this means Matthew Potts is going to come in at number 11,
Well,
which
it's
with a
looking-
high score of, what was it last year, Martin?
149 or
149.
145?
149 rings a bell, yeah, I think that's right.
Warwickshire.
First game of last season, wasn't it? 149 to come in at number 11.
So is this one of those rare occasions where 1 to 11 have all got first class hundreds?
Probably. Well, Drizzell hasn't.
He hasn't.
No. That's a dot ball to end the over.
So the answer to that then is no day.
Yeah. His highest scores was just a few weeks ago. He got 81 against Zimbabwe and 82.
Like you say, I think Matty Potts can feel a little hard done to.
Matty Potts came in one night and Durham were in a bit of a mess. They'd lost 4 quick wickets in some gloomy conditions at Edgbaston with a tiny boundary, chasing a massive deficit. And I think there was something like four down for only 12 runs or something, and then he came in, saw out the evening, and then was still unbeaten at the end of play the next day. 149. That's the Kookaburra ball for you. Andrew Hutchinson says, I knew a man called Frank Tiffin in Chesley Street. There you are.
He didn't keep a dog in a pram, did he?
No.
Have you seen the dog in the pram?
I'm struggling here to keep up with the direction you
Welcome
take
to our
of this.
If you sit, as you will have done, in the media centre at Chesterley Street, very often down below, in front, every time I go, is a man who brings a pram, and in that pram, usually asleep, is a dog, a little black and white, brown and white terrier.
I haven't seen I am aware of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It was when you lost me when you were going on about Carry On films earlier. I didn't realise that we'd come out of it.
There's Matt Henry.
Tongue. Yep, that's almost dragged on there. Very, very... Yeah, the bowler stood there with his hands on his head. Slip has to extra cover. Yeah, he's almost dragged that on as Dressel, but gets away with it and adds 1 to the score. 267 for 6.
Have you seen any Carry On films?
No.
No. Now you're aware of what they are?
I'm aware...
Bawdy comedies from the 60s and the 70s.
Yes, I'm aware...
Because Carry On Up the Headland was filmed in Hartlepool.
I once got into trouble for suggesting on the BBC Sport website and app that
This is a bit of a carry-on.
That no film before 1990 is worth watching.
Oh.
Tongue again. This one's back of a length. And Ackermann just drives it back to him off the back foot.
That sort of thing can get you in trouble.
Hello, hello? Is that security?
Yeah. That's like saying Die Hard is not a Christmas film. You just can't say these things.
And to be fair, so I was misquoted. I didn't say that all films before 1990 are no good. That's
Sound
not what I
of
said.
Music?
Well, that instantly runs out. The Guns of Navarone.
Grease?
Star Wars.
Again, this one's defended back up.
Every good
again.
war film.
Mary Poppins.
The Longest Day. The Great Escape.
Yeah, so I'm not saying there are no good ones.
Sons of the Desert, Laurel and Hardy.
I think people have rose-tinted glasses when they look back on some of these films, I think. Is all I will say. I'm going to try and quickly get my way out of this because I feel like it's 2-on-1 and I'm going to lose this battle. Yeah, Tongue again as Ackermann waits, and that's defended again. Back down the pitch, 267 for 6. Farhan Ahmed's bowled well.
A bridge too far.
I tried and failed to move it on.
Yeah.
I remember 1977 going to see Star Wars with my mum down at the cinema in Hendon.
I'll give you Star Wars.
Wasn't Grease the same year? Around about that era, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This one's poked off the stumps really, off the back of a length delivery.
Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, that was a cork. I'm going to have to throw another one in here because it was being made at Pinewood Studios or Elstree, wherever they made them, at the same time as Star Wars, Bugsy Malone. Quite a few. There's a number of the dancers in Bugsy Malone who were from a dance school in South Shields.
James Bond? Do you now send the James Bonds
James
today
Bond, yeah.
are better than the old ones?
They're all miserable nowadays, aren't
I find I'm worried here. I'm stopping myself saying what I want to say. Tom, to finish is over. This one's full and swung into the ground. He almost
they? Never mind what's going on there.
The window frame there caught me in that I lost the ball going through the air, but it did go on the bounce structure cover, and that is the end of the over. 267 for 6.
What year were you born?
70 overs. I was born in 1994.
1994?
Yes.
You see these socks?
Literally. My brother-in-law was playing for a rugby team called Spartans down near Bassett's Pole, near the Belfry, and he went up for a line-out 2 or 3 years ago, fell awkwardly and broke his ankle, and the paramedics had to come and cut his sock off, and he was crying because he said his sock was older than most of the people he was playing with in that team.
Oh dear.
1994, wow.
It's Farhan Ahmed from the broad end. Bowls to George Drissel.
I went to see the Tour de France in Andover in 1994. Wherwell Village in Hampshire.
I worked at Italia 90.
Did you? As an interpreter?
267 for 6.
Panicked when I interviewed Ben McKinney the other day, and he was born in 2000.
It's Farhan Ahmed. I can't tell you how young he is. This is pulled away by George Drissel. Onto the leg side, gets a couple of runs. They're a long way away from the action, aren't they? Those in the Harrow Road stand, but
they're in another postcode, aren't they?
Well, they're your members, because that's where the members are congregating. All the members, the membership facilities inside the Derek Randall suite over there. 269 for 6. Farhan Ahmed into his 14th over, 1 for 32, bowling to Drissel. Reaches forward and blocks. We've got the shadow from the floodlight pylon situated between the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand. The shadow is right across the strip we're playing on now, just short of a length. Just gives the bowlers just an extra little bit of something where to aim at, as Farhan Ahmed is in and bowls right on that. It's whipped away on the leg side into the body of Matthew Montgomery. Or is it Freddie McCann? No, Montgomery's at slip, so who's gone in there under the lid, or is it Slater?
I think that's 44 McCann.
It is Freddie McCann. So Ben Slater might have got rid of that job.
Get the youngster in there.
269 for 6. 3 wickets in the morning session, 2 in the afternoon, 1 since tea so far. As Farhan comes past umpire Nigel Long, bowls to Drissel. Drops it on the leg side, no run.
Farhan doesn't bowl many bad bowls, does he? He's very accurate for someone so young.
So have you done any actual writing today?
I haven't actually.
I.e., have you done your job today?
Not yet, no.
He nicked my match notes, I know that's one thing. I had to go and look for them at tea time.
Panic.
Had he got them?
Yeah.
Deliberately?
Scooped them up with my laptop.
He said...
Next ball is driven crisply by Drissel for 4. That's as good a shot as we've seen all day, straight down the ground for 4 of your finest. Lovely shot, and he moves on to 8, and Durham at 273 for 6 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham, and via the live stream, Trent Bridge Live. Glad to have you with us on the opening day of the cricket season. Matt Henry, Martin Emerson, myself, Dave Bracegirdlers. Notts and Durham lock horns once again in the county championship.
He said he wanted a memento of his day out in the big city.
Not his one and only time on BBC commentary.
Having upset all the film lovers for the last 70 years.
The new BBC film critic is...
Not having him back. Got a bowling change at the Ratcliffe end. Lyndon James replaces Josh Tongue to that.
Who did that film programme on a Sunday night? What was it called again?
Well, it was Barry Norman who did the...
Kept changing the name of it
then Jonathan Ross, wasn't it?
Yeah. Andrew's asking where's Bastilledo, he's injured.
Is he still a member of the squad?
Yeah.
Crikey.
James with the first ball of a new spell with Ackermann on strike, and as he's tried to do a few times in the previous over to Tongue, just managed to pick a gap on the offside with a drop in pace. He's a bit more comfortable there to knock it away. I guess with DeLeader being injured, that's where Will Rhodes, who will bowl you a bit of seam, and that signing is significant for Durham as an extra bowling option.
Yeah, that was pointed out at the media day the other day, wasn't it? Rhodes bowls quite a bit.
Oh, he does.
James again, as the red soles on the boots flick up, and this one's straighter but defended again. This time by Dressel, who has 8 from 9 balls. Ackermann 112 from 197.
He's got 103 wickets. Will Rhodes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's better than a part-timer. I like Baz de Leede. He's a good... It's that thing that you say when you describe someone as a good cricketer, it almost is a bit of a backhanded compliment, isn't it? But he is. He's one of those that's kind of can do a bit of everything, can do a lot of jobs, and but doesn't always get in Durham's championship team, does he? This one defended again, third ball of the over, back up the pitch to James.
Some messages here that slipped through. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up to date with everybody. There's one or two I've missed. Charlie, hi Dave, just finished work to see that brilliant take by Joe Clark, low and forward. Is it important of things to come this season? Great to hear you all again for another season. Hope to be there on Sunday. Richard Clarkson and pottering in the garden in the sunshine, listening to day one of Nott's County Championship campaign. Winter finally over for me. One or two more.
Dressel waits again and then just flicks this one off his hip, but straight to mid-wicket, no run. There was a fella when I sat outside earlier, under the dressing rooms, as I mentioned, there was a guy sat in there taking his shirt off to sit outside.
That should be banned in public.
Tony T, another of our regulars. Afternoon, Dave. Following along online today with Young Notts members Alice and Stephen. Fingers crossed for a good season. All the best to you, Tony. Thank you.
James to finish. 2 balls left, it's over, sorry, and this one's driven to cover. No run, not timed by Dressel.
Took a picture of the ground at T, and just a 53-year-old just pointing out where he is on that picture in the Smith Cooper stand. So he's got to wrap up warm in there. They call it the fridge, actually, that stand away to our right for obvious reasons. Even though the sun's out today, the canopy over the top means it's always pretty chilly in there.
Somebody's left the door open, the lights on.
Last ball, James is over. This one's just dabbed on top of. Second slip comes in to scoop up and collect, and it's 4 dots to end the over. 2-7-4 for 6, and it's pretty evenly poised, I would say.
Katie's been on. She says, afternoon, nice to be able to message you on the same platform again. martycricket.bsky.social if you want to join us. She says, hope you wintered well. I've had a frantic morning, but we're finally packed and on the train to our Easter holiday, so I can now relax and listen to the cricket. Gone a bit early. Easter's still a fortnight or more away, isn't it? 20, what is it, the 19th? Something like that, 19th, 18th? Holiday will be over come Easter then, won't it? Gone already.
It's Farhan Ahmed in once more. Balls to Colin Ackermann, certainly the Durham hero of the day. Pushes it back to the bowler. Ackermann 112 not out. It's his 34th birthday. Had a huge life on 80 when the ball from Lyndon James, the bowler, certainly appeared to give the off stump a meaty whack. Didn't remove a bail for reasons that we will never know. Turns this behind square. Ben Martindale without a cap, son of former Notts batter Duncan Martindale. Does the fielding. 274 for 6. Then again comes Farhan Ahmed's brother, bowls, and Ackermann defends.
Have we found a way to describe the little move that Farhan does at the top of his mark every time, where he sort of just...
I said he looks like a high jumper, getting ready to run at the bar.
I almost think when they line up to meet each other in an NFL game, American footballers in that sort of...
It comes in again and bowls, and it's pushed back to him.
It's like looks like he's going to do a squat, but sort of just crouches a little bit, eyes the batter up, both feet facing down towards him, and then he sets off in his run. It's a little quirk. Did he do this last season? I've watched him on the stream. It is a thing. It's not something he's developed over the winter.
I wouldn't know anything about such Mickey Mouse sports.
274 for 6. Almost sumo-like, but it's the very opposite. Oh, this one's hit over mid-wicket and away, and that will be a boundary. Not got a run for that one. Colin Ackermann just lifted that up and away for a lovely boundary. Yeah, he's as far removed from what you'd imagine a sumo wrestler to look like, but yeah, he sort of stands like that. Elsewhere, quickly, Essex 253 for 3, Jordan Cox 74 not out against Surrey, Hampshire 95 for 2. Already done good work with the ball there. They bowled Yorkshire out for 121. Somerset bowled Worcestershire out for 154 at Taunton. They're 97 for 3 in reply. And at Edgbaston, Sussex going along well, 290 for 4 against the Bears in the second city. Farhan Ahmed comes in again and bowls, and there's an edge, and well caught by Montgomery. Really, really good work by Matthew Montgomery. That slip, Farhan Ahmed's got him, and Ackermann has to go.
It's reward for how Farhan Ahmed's bowled today. You can see how furious Ackermann is. He's taken a swipe at that. He's shaped as if he was going to smash the stumps away and done the wise thing and protected his bank balance by just swinging above the stumps. But he's annoyed, I guess probably because he hasn't committed to either shot there to go for 116, waiting for the replay there, but he's just managed to nick it to slip, trying to maybe just play slightly across the line. It's hard to see. His back's to us and we can't really see the ball as it disappears getting right close to him, but he's annoyed with himself.
I tell you, that was an outrageously good catch. It went quickly off the outside edge and nicely pouched by Matthew Montgomery. Sort of slow motion replay of it didn't necessarily look as stunning as it did in real life. Went very, very quickly, and Montgomery very, very good.
And reward for how well Farhan's bowled. You say he doesn't bowl any bad balls. He's not got really anything to work with. It's not like the pitch is particularly it's not turning at all, is it? And it's bowled accurately, he gets good dip, and the wind is blowing across the ground in that direction that's helping him drift the ball away as an off-spinner to the right-handers. It's going from left to right as we look from the Ratcliffe Road end. So, yeah, this is the first time I've seen him in the flesh, and he's been very, very impressive. Ben Rain emerges.
Yeah.
He has now come in. Well, this one definitely is Ben Rain. He was announced to the crease last time.
Good player, and there's still a couple of good players to come in Paul Coghlan and Matthew Potts, and that's an important wicket. 73 overs gone. There's Lyndon James into bowl.
This one's tentatively sort of dabbled with outside off stump, but he's got enough on it, and it has gone where Trisell's tried to play that, maybe a little closer to second slip than he'd have liked, but it runs away down through where a third slip would have been for 4 down to the boundary to take the score to 282 for 7. Trisell 12 from 15 balls. It's one of those, you always say 300 makes a really good game, don't you? Yeah. And we're in that sort of ballpark, 300, 350. It's right in the balance. Neither came into this final session thinking that whoever had the bet of it would take the day. As James comes in again, this one thuds into the pad. There's one of the more ambitious appeals we've seen all day. The ball just dribbles its way out to you can tentatively say deep fine leg, or a wide deep square leg. It's not very deep on a boundary like this.
No.
But it's the fielder in that position, if you can get your head around it and take a single or a leg by, at least.
Important little 7 over stretch this before the second new ball becomes due. Notts won't want to be delayed too much longer. 22 overs left in the day. They'll certainly be hoping to have bowled Durham out before then.
Yeah, left-hander Ben Rain waits for his first ball, and he just pushes it off the back foot. 2 extra cover, there's no run. And Durham will think conversely that if these two can get in, it means that you always know that new ball can fly around a little bit, and that quickly adds an extra 30 runs onto the runs that you're already scoring, because it runs away to that short boundary quite quickly, and it ends up with a game that could have positioned that they might end the day in 340 becomes 370 or something like that. Maybe that's a bit ambitious, but yeah, James again, this one's full. Driven slightly off the outer half of the bat to backward point.
Yeah, Notts need Lyndon James here to have his best spell of the day. Done all right, and was hugely unlucky as I've referred many times that he actually hit the stumps when Ackermann was on 80. Didn't knock a bail off, incredibly. But if he can just bowl 3 or 4 or 5 overs here, well, it might not need to be that many, but pick up a wicket or two, keep it tight.
Yeah, it's none for 46 as it stands, and this one's clipped off the pads by Ben Rain for his first run. It's 84 for 7. I feel like this early in the season, when everyone's bodies are a bit achy, the front line bowlers, and I tentatively don't quite cope. Well, Linda James is a frontline bowler, isn't he? But he's not one of your big.
He's your fourth seamer.
Yeah, he's not one of your big quicks. But that job, his role, becomes crucial on a day like this, doesn't it? Because everyone's feeling it a little bit. They'll be stiff. It's their first played pre-season games, but not a proper county championship game to finish the over here, and it's defended by Dressel back down the wicket. Yeah, you feel like that the fourth seamer and the spinner as well, him Farhan Ahmed, as we've said, has done a really good job. Becomes really crucial on a day like this, just to help the big frontline quicks, in this case O'Neill and Tongue and Pennington, to just have that little bit of break, that they don't have to be forced back to bring. The captain doesn't have to bring them back too quickly, but that's the last thing you want late in the day. To have 2 spells now, he'll bring Fergus O'Neill back for a spell with a new ball, will be the plan, you've got to assume here. But you don't want him to be forced back too early or have to have 2 goals because runs are being leaked elsewhere.
Another Centurion, Tom Clark of Sussex, 296 for 4 Sussex are at Edgbaston, where Ethan Bamber signed in the close season by Warwickshire from Middlesex has got 3 of the wickets, but Tom Clark is 100 not out for Sussex. Been an update for Radio Nottingham in the next minute or two. Ben Rain on strike, Farhan Ahmed bowling to him. This is worked away by Rain. Past the short leg, he'll take a single. 285 for 7.
Forest will take on Man City at Wembley on Sunday, April the 27th at 4:30. That's for a place in the final. Nottinghamshire have begun their county cricket championship season with a 4-day match against Durham. They're at Trent Bridge with the latest. Here's Dave.
Yes, Notts will be hoping to polish off Durham before the close of play. Notts won the toss, they put the visitors in. 285 for 7, the current score. 3 wickets to the new Australian for Notts. Fergus O'Neill, all to good catches by keeper Joe Clark. Star of the day though for Durham, Colin Ackermann made 116, but he's now out. 285 for 7 with 21 overs left.
Tonight's going to be dry and clear for the most part. Lows of 3 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow will be a
This one's driven down the ground by Drissel for a single. 286 for 7. Brings Ben Rain back onto strike. This is where you've really got to focus. No sloppy mistakes in the field. No drops to go down. Need somebody out there geeing everybody up in support of the skipper. This is down the leg side, well taken by Joe Clark. Would have been a 1-day wide, but none of that in this format. Ben Rain wearing number 44. Freddie McCann, short leg, also number 44. Rain dances down the track. There's a no ball from the young spinner. Of course, that's Lewis Hamilton's number, isn't it? I wonder if that's why that's suddenly become fashionable, number 44.
Everyone's always got a reason. I remember speaking to Phil Salt last year before the T20 World Cup. His England number is 61, and that's because he's a Manchester City fan, and the famous 6-1 that Man City beat Man United at Old Trafford a few years ago.
Good grief. 288 for 7. This is turned on the leg side by Rain, gets a single.
Yeah, Joe Root 66 is quite obvious. Yeah, there's a few.
That's fair enough, but this was a football score that once happened.
The Mario Balotelli, why always me? So that game.
289 for 7. Farhan Ahmed tosses it up and Drissel drills it back. Must have been on the bump ball. Back to the bowler, Farhan, who's now 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45. Saw him last year bowling phenomenally large amounts of overs. 60, 70 overs in an innings. Terrific stuff. 289 for 7 rather, Durham. We've got 21 overs left in our allocation in the day, so we will have a bit of overtime. We've got 75 overs in this innings, so 5 more, and then you'd imagine that Dylan Pennington and Fergus O'Neill will be asked just to deliver the final blows to this Durham first innings, if that's how it pans out.
Yeah, O'Neill's looking a little chilly with his big jumper on there at mid-on. It's this start of the new over from James, and Rain just drives it confidently off the back foot straight to mid-off. Division
2, whoever began batting is now all out. Gloucestershire 222 all out against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 229 all out against Leicestershire. Middlesex 260 all out against Lancashire, who are 5 without loss, and Kent 231 all out against Northants, who are 33 for 1.
James again. Back foot again by Rain. It's definitely where he seems to prefer to be, at least early on here. Just a little tentative in getting forward. No run.
There's all those draws in the first 2 rounds last year with the Kookaburra ball. I just wonder, say come tea time on Sunday, how many matches will still have any life left in them out of the 9 that have started at 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it feels, it's definitely a low scoring day, isn't it? But this game feels, as you said a couple of overs ago, right in the balance. James shorter this time, and Rain attempts a pull shot, and there's a bit of an appeal, not a convincing one. I didn't hear anything, and nothing from the umpire, just a dot ball. Score remains 289 for 7. Not sure what I think they must have thought there was a toe end on that from Ben Rain as he had swished at a bit of a pull shot, but I didn't hear anything. Umpire clearly didn't either.
So where did he say you were being dispatched to tomorrow?
I'll come back to you after this ball. This one's fuller, and this time Rain does get on the front foot. And there was a little uppish with his drive, but it's going to go out, and it is going to be stopped before that short boundary. The longer part of that shorter boundary. Rain takes 2, moves on to 5, and score 291 for 7. We are nipping off to interview a couple of the England women's players who were speaking at a media event in the Northwest. So I'm going to speak to them, and then I'll be back here on Sunday and Monday should we get there. After what's been a difficult winter for them, but a newsworthy week with Charlotte Edwards being appointed. Short this time again from James, and this one's
too short.
So short it's called a wide by the umpire at this end, which is the score on by 1 to 292 for 7.
Yes, I did say how much life left in it by Sunday tea time. Well, that also stands, but I didn't mean to say day 4, which of course is Monday. See how that shadow has moved so much since I mentioned it about 2 overs ago. It was right on a length at this end. Now it's almost down to the far end.
Yeah, it's gone past halfway in the other direction. James again, back foot by Rain. He's pushed into another no ball. We've had quite a few of those today.
Yeah.
Now check it's not on the scoreboard, is it?
Right, top right, extras 32.
Extras in total. Yeah, quite a few of those have been no balls.
Yeah.
A few by Josh Tongue in particular, but now Lyndon James, who's 12.4 overs, on to 52.
Crikey.
So James tries again. This one's worked off the hip by Rain, but straight to mid-wicket, no real timing. And Hasib Hamid, glasses and a cap and a sunglasses on his head, quickly swoops in and then shines the ball. 20
runs have come via no ball, so that's obviously 10 overstepping, and a couple of wides as well, but 10 times. They've overstepped 20 runs. Yep, 32 extras in all. No buys, 10 leg buys.
Yeah, the one thing the bowling coach will be having words with at the end of the day, I guess. James to finish his over now. Fuller, and Rain just dabs it down into the offside, but the field is quickly there. Not many gaps to steal singles on that offside, with the boundary being so short. Over to our right, and that ends the over. 76th over, 294 for 7.
Bit of air being pumped into the hover cover. Nothing to be alarmed about, though. It's still a lovely, lovely day. Don't think we'll be seeing the floodlights on this evening.
hopefully all weekend. It should be.
Hopefully,
Yeah, all good. I wonder whether this pitch that we've got on the almost symmetrical other side of the ground is the one that they'll be using in the next championship game here, or is that one for the nets? Because it's going to then be a very short boundary in the other direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Using each extremity of the square on either side.
Yeah, I would imagine that's exactly it. That's beginning with 2 home games. Is Farhan Ahmed to start the 77th over. Bowling to George Drissell, who's on 13. Blocks this one. And there's no run.
I think we were right in predicting that it'll be Fergus O'Neill and Dylan Pennington in a couple of overs time, because O'Neill's just rushing through a few shadow deliveries there at short fine leg.
Farhan Ahmed in again, and it's blocked. If you're just joining us, 5:10, maybe been at work or school or college or heaven knows where throughout the day. Seba Mead at 10:30 won the toss. That's Durham to bat first. Notts with 2 debutants, the Australian Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tong, all last making his Nottinghamshire debut. Played a couple of tests for England, as this one for an Ahmed past the outside edge and into the gloves of Clark. 294 for 7, Durham are. They've had a centurion, Colin Ackermann. It was the first century in this season's county championship. Splendid knock. He fell for 116. It was his birthday as well today, but he had a huge slice of luck on 80. This one's chipped between the bowler and mid-on. It was in the air, just bisected them both, and Drissell gets a single. 295 for 7. Lyndon James appeared to, well, all intents and purposes, he deserved to bowl Ackermann on 80. The ball being bowled from the pavilion end clipped the stump but didn't knock the bail off. So hugely fortunate for Ackermann. 3 wickets for Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, a couple for Josh Tong, and a couple for Farhan Ahmed as well, who's bowling now to the left-handed Ben Rain. Cuts this away on the offside. That's a slight misfield. It was not great. And then Ben Slater throws the ball away. It's one of those where he brings his arm back to whip it in, and the ball sort of saw an opportunity to slip out the back of his hand. So they get an extra run, coupled to Rain there. It was O'Neill diving full length and dived over the top of the ball, and then it was compounded by Slater trying to get there quickly and fire the ball in quickly, and he made a slight error. Rain works this to mid-on, no run. BBC Radio Nottingham with Martin Emerson here from BBC Radio Newcastle and Matt Henry from BBC Sport Online. Sort of a title that covers a multitude of sins. You just do cricket?
Not exclusively. When the cricket's on, mostly cricket, but I get the chance to do bits and I did the Olympics last year, which was great. I absolutely loved it. But yeah, did a lot of the swimming at the Olympics, bit of boxing.
On site in Paris?
Yeah. Sorry. Bit of boxing, swimming, diving were the 3 sports that I went there to cover that were kind of my patch, but did a bit of the speed rock climbing and everything like that as well. Yeah, Lyndon James, this one's just blocked again into the offside and second slip. I feel like I've said that a few times. Dabbed into the offside, second slip comes in and picks it up. Durham just trying to pick those gaps, not giving anything away before the new ball.
Yes, over the course of a 6-7 hour day, you say a lot of things a lot of times. Jordan Cox is 97 not out. The Essex player playing against Surrey.
Drissell's beaten this time by Lyndon James, and that's a little bit too short to take the stumps, but beating him on the inside edge, I reckon there is. Good length and a good line as well. Interesting winter that Jordan Cox has had, hasn't he? As he was in the England white ball squads in West Indies, struggled really. He did not do as well as he'd have liked to in those games, and then was in line to play the Test series as wicket keeper against New Zealand, breaks a thumb in the warm-up, and then is out and has to come back home and struggling in the ILT20 as well after that in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. James on the pads of Drissell this time, no runners, it's dabbed into the onside. So yeah, good for Cox to get 100 without meaning to give the kiss of death on it.
Yeah, he's on 98 not out now. Paul Walter earlier out for 95. Essex 292 for 3 against the back-to-back county champions.
Second slip's just moved a little bit wider there. There's now a gap between first and second, so second's really at a third. This one's full and on the pads and flicked elegantly by Dressel over mid-wicket in the air and out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It's a lovely shot. 297. No, 301. Yeah. I'd beaten the scoreboard. Yeah, that's the 300 up. Bonus point secured. 301 for 7. 2-2 on the bonus points.
Yes, touch of the Petersons about that. It was a bit flamingo-ish. Very flamboyant.
Someone who's got a promotion up the order for the start of the new season after, as Martin said, some good runs in Zimbabwe, and he's shown why there with a lovely flick off the pads. James, can he get one back? Not this occasion. Full. Driven straight back into the hands of the bowler.
And as we clumsily found our way a little earlier to the stat, he's the only one of the Durham 11 that hasn't got a first-class 100. So he'll be looking to put that right, and I guess we can already see, whilst he's got the nod for this game, that he's in decent batting form, as Martin was saying. A couple of 80s pre-season in Zimbabwe.
Final ball of Lyndon James's over is defended into the pretty much straight down the pitch, but into the leg side. Ends the over 301 for 7. Dressel 18 from 30 balls and Ben Rain 7 from 16. It's interesting that Potts would accept dropping. I mean, if you're told, you've not got much choice, have you? But so with his England place, you think that it's quite hard to see Potts and Chris Woakes in the same England team because they do similar things. So then Woakes' batting gets him in the England team over Potts, because if it comes to a head-to-head, because Woakes is a better batter, so then would Potts be a little wanting to get himself, should he be wanting to push himself up the order if he wants to make a point and get some important runs at, say, number 8?
Well, at the moment, we don't know if he's going to be number 11, do we?
Well,
it might be Paul Coglan who's...
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think he'd be all that thrilled. There's Farhan Ahmed. Now, this is over number 79, so I wonder if it'll be the last one we'll see of Farhan Ahmed for a while. The off-spinner, the finger spinner, bowls to Freddie McCann, and no, he doesn't bowl to Freddie McCann. He bowls to Ben Rain, getting me 44s. A little ahead of myself there. Looking forward to seeing Freddie have a go, hopefully tomorrow. But Rain, with that single, moves on to 8 from 17 balls, brings Dressel back onto strike, and at long on, at 20 yards in from the fence at long on, just repositioned for Dressel, who's already a couple down the ground. He pushes this back to the bowler. Start of the county championship season that runs all the way until the end of September, but as we know, there's huge pockets without any 4-day cricket between now and then. It's turned on the leg side and a shy at the stumps, and Ben Rain doing his level best to make his ground as a Seba Mead. Sharp bit of fielding and then throw to the non-striker's end. As ever, see Seba Mead on the live stream there. He's got virtually all of his fingers taped up, as he always does. Farhan Ahmed in again to Dressel, dances down the track and gives that a bit of the long handle, and it's gone. Certainly for 4. Yes, it is 4. And as you said, when I mentioned 7 overs to go, they're looking to make the most of this opportunity before that second new ball might just put them under a little bit more pressure. 306 for 7, Durham. They'll be pleased with where they are. They'd like a few more. No reason why they shouldn't get it. A few more. Farhan Ahmed bowls again. Dressel plays it on the onside, and it is McCann who fields no run.
Not far off doubling the score from when the 5th wicket fell, 171 for 5. So you've got to take that, haven't you?
Yeah.
You think that your top 5 should be scoring most of the runs, but if your bottom 5 can match them, then they've done pretty well.
17 overs to go after this ball. Dressel works it along the ground to a mead at mid-wicket, and all eyes on Farhan Ahmed. He's taken his sweater. I think he's been taking his sweater at the end of every over, taking his sweater and cap from the umpire. But that's 79 overs done.
Got to think that's him done for the day, but like I said, first time I've seen him live, and I've been 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 53. Very impressed, but more than the wickets. Gets a high five there from a teammate, which does suggest that is him done for the day. That's a go and have a rest. But yeah, very impressed with his control, the dip he gets on the ball. You don't quite always pick these things up from watching him on the streams, but yeah, getting to see him live in action, I like what I see.
Lyndon James then round the wicket to Rain. He was walking forward to meet the ball there, Ben Rain, and didn't make any contact with the bat. It almost found a way via the pad and his flannels to deflect towards the stumps, but he was there to make sure it didn't. Congratulations to Jordan Cox, who I think has become the 3rd player on the day after Colin Ackermann and Sussex's Tom Clark. Jordan Cox is 103 not out, and Essex have reached 300 for the loss of 3 at Chelmsford against Surrey. There's James in again to Rain, defensively plays, and there's no run.
Will you just work on cricket now then, Dave? Is that cricket for the summer for you now, or is you still do a bit of your football duties?
No. Finished the footy for now. Been doing Notts County over the winter and left them in 4th spot, 2 points away from an automatic position. Expect them to get there as Rain flashes his bat at this one outside the off stump and gets a boundary through the offside. Farhan Ahmed chasing after it.
I had an excellent Balti pie when I did a Hartlepool United Notts County game.
Crikey.
Yeah, 15 years ago it must have been now. One of the great press box snacks that I got there. It was
at Hartlepool or here?
At Notts County, the one time I've been. Must be a long time ago, because Hartlepool haven't been in the league for many of the last 15 years.
No, much to the disappointment of all their fans, including Jeff Stelling. 310 for 7, probably their most famous fan. Used to like sitting in the press box there and be on the stand at the far side. You can see the sails on a ship.
Yeah, Trincomalee. Yep.
The what?
The Trincomalee, it's called.
Is it? Old galleon or tea clipper or sailing ship of some description, as it's as nicely fielded in the offside by Haynes. 310 for 7 it remains.
The Napoleonic Wars, I think. But
I
could get refused entry back into Hartlepool if I get these things wrong. Someone will tell us if I'm wrong. But yeah. Michael Gough, obviously the cricket umpire, has just stepped down from the ICC elite panel, but was in the Champions Trophy in Pakistan and the UAE recently, umpiring there. I think he's been in New Zealand as well the last few days.
Rain on 12. Ooh, sharpish delivery from Lyndon James there, made him bob down quickly. Then that's the end of the 80th over. Well, we're going to get the emergence for the first time this season of the new ball, and the words "the polythene bag" has emerged from Graham Lloyd's pocket, and he's taken the ball. In fact, he's given the polythene bag still with ball to Nigel Long. In fact, is that the new one? Yep, Graham Lloyd's taken the old one. Usually they just fling the old one off, don't they? Graham Lloyd's popped it in his pocket, but it is the new cherry. So Farhan Ahmed out of the attack. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 53. The young spin wizard, Wiz they call him, has maybe done for the day, maybe. And it will be Dylan Pennington back as Martin returns appropriately for this stage of the day. Thanks to Matt, who's been with us as well. Finished his stint for the day.
Sun shining here in Nottingham. You can see the golden lettering on the ball glistening in the sunshine. So, first delivery with it goes through to the keeper. I've had an email off William saying about an Ahmed no ball, was back foot no ball.
Okay.
Cutting the return crease on first contact.
Yeah, we were just looking. Durham, I've got 20 runs via no balls. I know that's 10. So that's probably what Williams picked up on, as we said, they'd overstepped between them 10 times.
In comes Pennington. Bowls, playing a miss there from Drizel, who's on 22 from 37 deliveries.
It's been an entertaining day. I know there's still a good chunk of it left, probably an hour, 15 overs after this one, but we've been regally entertained by the Durham batting and the Nottinghamshire side in the field and with the ball.
Pennington again to Drizel. He edges that down into the floor. It's gone underneath second and third slip and raced away for 4. Just down below our commentary position. Stephen Everson's asking what's going on with Ahmed's run-up. It does look like he's when he starts off, he's very front on to the batsman, like he's about to run and do a high jump. It's an interesting technique.
Well, that's his action.
Yeah. .314 for 7. Bowler comes in. Drizel plays that 2.0 run there.
Dean's been in touch. Looks like a beautiful day there. I'm watching in Atlanta. Question: why do some of the Nottinghamshire players have white crests on their caps and some have yellow? If it's the players that have been out there all day, it might just be that some are more faded than others. We made the point that Asiba Mead joined the county in 2010 and got a cap, and compare his to Josh Tong and Fergus O'Neill, their caps that were given today. Obviously Mead's has faded a little bit. I'll come back on that in a second.
Drizel pushes forward at that one but makes no contact. The ball goes through to the keeper.
But maybe you've seen some of the sub-fielders coming on, the young lads, and I think there's a different colour for the second 11. I think they're white. Yeah, just looking round, I think some are more faded than others.
Pennington to Drizel. Drizel forward to that one, plays it back along the floor. Pennington throws the ball at the stumps and misses the target. End of the over. So 14 to go today, or 15 to go? 15 to go. And so it's just inside an hour. I was looking at the clock earlier on and thinking this would probably finish today at around about 6:30. So it looks like it's going to. Scheduled finish time is meant to be 6 o'clock, but it rarely happens. And
It never happens.
The day just drifts, doesn't it? I was trying to explain this to some of my colleagues the other day. They never finish on time.
So a chance for Fergus O'Neill to get a fifer on his Nottinghamshire debut. He's got 3 of the first 7. Can he get 2 of the last 3 here? He's going to get the opportunity because he's going to share this second new ball. 15 overs, 3 for 45. Round the wicket he bowls to Rain. Punches this up to mid-off and there's no run. It's been a feature of the day that bowlers have been harshly treated the first ball of spells. It's been a bit of a constant theme. That one was hit crisply, but straight to Mead at mid-off. There comes O'Neill in once again. This one's hit into the offside, and Haynes will field. New name on debut here for Notts. Fergus O'Neill going to play. He's going to be available for the first 4 games of the season. I think Notts have had for many years long association with Victoria. Of course, David Hussey down there, coach, and a number of players down there and past and present that have remained in touch. 314 for 7. Next one's cut away, and that will go for 4 by Rain. Just enough width for Ben Rain just to guide that through where a gully would be, had there been one. So O'Neill plays for Victoria in the Sheffield Shield, the red ball cricket down there. He plays for Melbourne Renegades in the Australian short form competition, the Big Bash. And this last Australian summer, he was the leading wicket taker down under. So he won 8 for 7. Rain on 16 and leaves this one alone. He's not an international cricketer. He was restricted to how long he could stay in the country here, so Notts have got him for 4 matches to begin with, and they've managed to secure the services of Mohammed Abbas, who recently has been playing for Hampshire over the last 4 years. Should have played for Notts in 2020. That was all agreed and signed, and he was coming to Trent Bridge, but we know what happened in 2020, so it didn't happen.
He blew Durham away during a autumn storm at Leicester a few years ago. They were bowled out for 61 and 66 in the same afternoon. He did the damage coming down the hill.
I mean, that's going to be the one of the interesting things about him coming, because he's getting towards the twilight years of his career, but sometimes players in their 30s and mid-30s get better and better, don't they? As another lovely drive by Rain through the offside. All the years of experience. Bowlers of that age have a lot of wisdom. Might lose a yard or two of pace. It'll be interesting to see, I think. Not sure if he wanted to come here initially, or he wanted to leave Hampshire, or Hampshire had decided to move on, or what the scenario was, but Notts always had a link with Mohammed Abbas. Apparently the lines of communication were open, and he's been signed and will come as the second overseas once Fergus O'Neill has finished his 4 matches. Carver Rayner, the South African wicketkeeper, should be here soon as Pennington bowls. This is going to be another extra, I fancy. Drops on the leg side. Let's have a look. No, must have been some bat involved. 324 for 7, Durham, here on BBC Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham.
On Blue Sky, Ian says, it's great to be back. I appreciate your commentary even more, recovering from my first cataract operation. The second one will hopefully be soon. And mentioning old films, may I throw in Where Eagles Dare? Can't remember if I said that earlier or not.
T sent a picture clarifying it. Full cap, so these are the test players or players awarded a full cap. They have the gold badge, and for the others it's a white one. Thank you, T. The white badge.
Pennington to Rain. Rain drops a short on the leg side, no run there. Mead jogs in to pick it up from mid-on. Got bright sunshine in Nottingham. Flags at the far end of the ground, just gently moving around with a bit of breeze. But
yeah, Charlie's made the same point about the caps. In fact, T, I think, was sent back my own photograph to show it with O'Neill and Josh Tong getting their caps this morning.
Pennington to Rain from the pavilion end. That's a daisy cutted through to the keeper.
Still without a wicket today. Dylan Pennington did have Alex Lees dropped early on. The score was 22 for 1. It was just after McKinney had been dismissed. Lyndon James putting down Alex Lees, who started brightly. He'd scored 17 out of that initial 22 when he was spilled. Lyndon has made amends, caught Ollie Robinson.
Next ball to Rain, played to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Jack Haynes comes in and fields that one.
Not so many in the fridge now. Probably count them where you have a mind to. 2, 4, 8, 13, 14, 17, 20, 22 or so people in there. The Smith Cooper stand, where it is particularly chilly. Lots of sunshine though, way over on the other side of the ground.
Rain goes for a short one to mid-wicket. Hamid with a throw at the stumps, misses the target at the keeper's end. It's backed up in the slips. 1 run. Montgomery diving to stop it.
Yeah, they're a long way away from the action, aren't they? Away to our left, and they're having to shield their eyes looking straight into the sun, but it'll be a little warmer than those closer to the action away to our right.
So the members now using the Derek Randall
Yep.
suite as the members'
Yeah,
room,
the
are
Hound
they?
Road stand, yeah, and the Randall suite has all the facilities in there.
Last ball of the over. It's left by Grizel, and it just angles back in as it's passing the stumps and through to the keeper. Leaves the bowler with his hands clamped on his forehead in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket there.
So 13 overs to go. Durham will have done really well. That's not meant to sound patronising, but they can bat through the day and still have 1, 2 or 3 wickets left. They'll feel they've very much had the better of the day. They were 24 for 2, McKinney and Gay out within the first 8 overs of the day. Here's Fergus O'Neill, who got both those wickets. Bowls now a bouncer. Goes over the head of Ben Rain. 116 for Colin Ackermann, 52 for Alex Lees, 45 for Graham Clark. The principal contributors. Ollie Robinson made 16. Will Rhodes 10. Ben McKinney 5, and Emilio Gay will have better days with the bat. Didn't score today. There's O'Neill in again, just guided down with an open face to that short side. Single taken. 325 for 7. Andy Newbold's been in touch. Hello Andy. Strong winds and rain here in the Algarve. It's a delight to see my native ground in sunshine. Thanks for the great coverage, he says. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate you getting in touch. Enjoy the Algarve. Generally nice there, isn't it? Nice weather, nice climate. Next ball from Fergus O'Neill gets some animation from behind the stumps. They all thought that was through George Drissel, but he's on 27. Just managed to drop the bat down on it. And this partnership worth 47.
Gone quietly about their work, haven't they?
Yep. Hampshire have nearly caught Yorkshire up. Yorkshire 121 all out, Hampshire 114 for 3. Same can be said at Taunton, Worcestershire 154 all out, Somerset 136 for 3. O'Neill in again. Cut away by Drissel for another single to take him to 28, and it's 326 for 7. Sussex going well at Edgbaston, 346 for 4. 132 not out for Tom Clark, and John Simpson, the wicket-keeper batter, Sussex skipper, is 89 not out. He's a good player, John Simpson. Nice fella as well. O'Neill round the wicket to Rain. Works it on the leg side, asks his partner to run hard, but there was only ever going to be one there. Ben Martindale, the subfielder, whipping the ball in and then apologising for the accuracy of his throw. Holds his hands up, literally, because he was looking into the sun. 327 for 7. Northampton 54 for 4, replying to Kent's 2-3-1. That game moving on as it is here. 327 for 7 at the end of the over, and we got 12 to go. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch today. Just about managed to get through most of them. Don't take offence if you send in some sort of correspondence that we just happen to miss. It's You know what it's like. Sometimes you won't get any for a while, and then there'll be a glut of them all come in, and you might miss one or two. But I genuinely appreciate all your comments and thoughts and kind words and criticism when it's needed.
Pennington round the wicket now to the left-handed Rain from the pavilion end. Dot ball. You don't like that? I don't appreciate them all.
What, the criticism?
Yeah.
You are a sensitive soul.
I take it all personally.
You just, have to resolve to try harder.
Here comes the bowler. Oh, and that's seen Rain go on down onto the floor there, and his haunches. I don't know if he's played an inside leg onto his box, but he's gone for a little walk now.
I don't know what he was doing. It was almost a goes under the bat there as he dropped down on his haunches, trying to whip it away, and the shot on kept a little lower than he fancied, or wasn't as short as he predicted. Don't think we've got a Durham flag on the ground, have we?
Oh, you always mention this. It's really dull.
No, I thought that would be one. That's the sponsors one next to the Nottinghamshire one, which is at half-mast today.
Pennington comes in again, around the wicket.
Nothing.
I've asked about this in the past, and it's in the bag if anybody asks for it, but they say they rarely get asked for it.
Well,
there was one time when the Durham bus headed off up the motorway and the flag was still flying on the roof. I remember that.
It's a thing to be proud about, your county flag, surely.
Fourth ball of the over. Rain. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
Leans into that one. It was just slightly over pitched around about leg stump, and he's just punched that away between the non-striking batsman George Drizzell and Hamid at mid-on, and that's brought up the 50 partnership for Durham. Gone about their work nicely, these two. Rain's contributed 27, Drizzell 20. 53 from 72 balls.
Yeah, we've not really had a clatter today, have we?
Just McKinney and Gay really earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Next ball stopped at mid-wicket, and Durham 331 for 7 with a ball left of this over.
Yeah, just
and then 11 to go.
There was just 2 runs, wasn't there, between McKinney's dismissal and Gay's dismissal, and between those 2 dismissals we had Alex Lee's dropped as well. Did look as if it might be a tricky day for the Durham top order, but safely negotiated. Alex Lee's played beautifully, the skipper, and Ackermann the pick of the batters.
It's pulled by Rain off the toe of the bat by the looks of things. It's gone short on the leg side to Jack Haynes, end of the over. Dot ball. So Drizzell has 28, Rain 27, Durham 331 for 7. 11 overs to go.
Nice to see everybody arriving at the ground this morning, both paying customers and those that work here, one or two we've not seen before. Cheery faces of Pam and Jackie downstairs in reception. Not seen them for a while, but it'd be nice actually if you work at the club to through the winter to see everybody coming in again, or maybe not. I'm not so sure. No, it is nice to open the gates, see people coming in again. It's Fergus O'Neill. In and bowls down the leg side, 4 runs. Just got the line wrong there, and Drizzell, in fact it's off the pad. It's going to be 4 leg byes, but was down the leg side. It was almost a little bit of a free hit, help yourself stuff, and he went hard at it, but it was the pad that made the contact. 3-5 for 7. Durham motoring towards a 3rd batting bonus point. There's O'Neill. Comes in again to Drizzell, who pushes it out into the covers. Fielded by Slater, there's no run. Things can alter, of course, in an instant, but right now you can see Durham getting 400, and that's not just sort of overplaying things.
Well,
Just
next target's the next batting point, 15 runs away.
As we've said, Paul Coghlan and Matt Potts, or Potts and then Coghlan. Next one's lifted away for 4 more on the leg side. They can both play.
Coghlan and Ben Rain both reached their first hundreds in the county championship and over apart in a game against Worcestershire 2 or 3 years ago at Chesley Street.
So lots of toil today, not been particularly easy for pace or seam or spin, and there's another one through the leg side for 4 more. Just getting a little expensive here now.
Yeah, when that short boundary on that Bridgeford Road side of the ground, you're only playing with about 50-60 yards, aren't you?
Well, it's the 3rd boundary in the over. The first one was off the pad, but the last 2 have been out of the middle of the bat. And very quickly, Durham have gone from 331 for 7 to 343 for 7. And there's still 2 balls left in the over. O'Neill now 3 for 64. Given the sort of workload you'd expect, he's been brought in as an overseas. He'd get probably, well, assuming he's not taken out of the attack, 21, 22 overs in the day. Another edge and more runs here, and 4 more runs here past the slips and down to 3rd man for 4 more. So 4th boundary in 5 deliveries. Just need this stage of the day something to go for them. Notts starting to look a little leg weary. Not unusual first day of the campaign. Out in the field for a full day. He's in again, and Drissel has moved on to 40, by the way. Blocks this one. A very successful over for Durham there. 16 from it, 12 from the bat and 4 leg byes. 347 for 7.
.548, day 1 of the new county championship season. Durham put in this morning, and looking to bat out the day. I think when Ackermann was out earlier for 116, 278 for 7. There were 23 overs left in the day, and I would have thought that Notts would have been fancying they'd be batting before the end of proceedings, as Pennington comes around the wicket here to Rain. That's gone down the leg side of the keeper, but these two have added 69 in 81 deliveries, have put a really good, useful partnership together here. Clark made 45 earlier, Ackermann 116, and Lees was out this morning for 52. Now Drizel's got 40, Rain 27.
Jordan Cox has just been dismissed for Essex for 117. Essex 320 for 4 against Surrey. Tom Clark of Sussex is 139 not out in that one.
Oh, well, that's the end of Rain. It's been absolutely yorked there. Brilliant ball from Pennington. It's taken the middle stump out the ground. That's about 3 or 4 yards behind the other 2, which are pointing in opposite directions. And Rain has been cleaned up for 27 and punches his bat in anger. Then he got yorked, but that was a good ball. And maybe Notts will fancy they still have time to be batting. Durham are 3 runs away from a 3rd batting point.
Yeah, deserved reward at last for Dylan Pennington. It was, well, it was a textbook Yorker. It was right up in the block hole, and Ben Rain undone by one that just got under the bat, and when it went under the bat there was an explosion of dust and then noise as it clattered into the middle stump and uprooted it, sent it toppling over towards Joe Clark. Ben Radin up for 27, 4 boundaries in that. He was at the crease for just over 50 minutes, faced 44 balls, 347 for 8. As Paul Coghlan makes his way out to the middle. What used to be his home ground, but didn't play too much for Nottinghamshire in 2 injury-hit seasons before returning to the North East. That leaves Matthew Potts to come in at number 11.
That photograph you took of me and Paul Coghlan when we were at Grantham, he was on crutches then, because he'd torn a hamstring. This game here when Notts got promoted a couple of years ago, he came down to the ground, did all the pre-match warm-ups and everything, and then got a phone call from home and had to leave.
Yep. There is Pennington.
Over the wicket now to Coghlan. It's a shortish ball and Coghlan has a little shove at it there. It's gone through to the keeper.
It's a career that was unfortunately stalled in 2018 on Lions duty out in the Caribbean, playing for England Lions. He went on as actually a sub-fielder, didn't he? And he slid on the boundary edge as a sub-fielder and badly damaged his shoulder, dislocated the shoulder, and that put him out of the 2018 season.
Turns this one off his legs and down towards Fergus O'Neill at long leg. He'll get 2 there. He worries me the way he throws himself around in the field as well, because he's a big lad. He's had back injuries and all kinds over the years, and he still hurls himself at everything.
Off the mark with a couple. Durham 1 away now from another batting point. Notts 1 wicket away from another bowling point.
Two balls left of this over, and then there are 9 to go, so we're about half an hour or so away. That's left alone by Coghlan.
Well, if they just time it right, we might we might lose 10 minutes of that if they can get the 10th wicket with 12 balls left. Wouldn't be the need to come back out. So 3 wickets to O'Neill, 2 for Tong, 2 to Foreign Ahmed, and now 1 for Dylan Pennington.
Last ball of the over, 349 for 8, and that's gone through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over.
The one bowler that didn't get a wicket in all that, particularly unlucky, Lyndon James, in that he did actually hit the stumps. Or so it seems. I know producer Kirsty thinks it might just have flicked the thigh pad rather than the stumps, but the views I've seen of it, it looked like it clipped the stumps, and certainly all the players went and looked at it, and they got the umpire to lift a bail up and all the rest of it. I think they'd have. Well, you just know, don't you, when you're out on the field? You just know what it's clipped. There's O'Neill. Needs to take these last 2 wickets to get a 5-foot. Very expensive previous over. First ball of this one, though, is blocked by Drissel, who's on 40.
Mervyn says, I agree about the county flag not flying, so I don't know if he agrees with you or me. He said the one that Durham do use is the second team flag, because the original county flag had a blue background and was stolen overnight during an away game, I think against Hampshire at Portsmouth, and it was never replaced.
Well, that'd be a long time ago if it was at Portsmouth, wouldn't it? O'Neill bowls. LBW shout asking umpire Lloyd. There's not been many LBW shouts today, not many serious. I'm not entirely sure that was a serious one, but can't think of any where we were on tenterhooks as to whether the umpire's finger would go up or not. It's not been that sort of day, has it? It's been a relatively easy day for Graham Lloyd and Nigel Long, easing them back into it.
Evening Martin says, Dave McCall, great to have the season back with the live stream and the commentary. What are your thoughts on a par score for Durham?
ball is pushed into the offside. I'd say they're above par.
Having been put in by knots. He said, I was going to say about 350 from where they were at tee, but that was before this late flurry, and now rain has been bowled. Just as I was about to send my original email, he says.
Yeah, they've scored more than 100 in each session, 118 for 3 at lunch, 243 for 5 at tea, and already 349 for 8. They've scored 106 for 3 in this session. As Fergus O'Neill comes in again, and Drissel remains on 40. Defends the 4th ball of this over, the 88th of the day. Back on air. I know it's Saturday, folks, and you'll have something no doubt important to do. But we'll be back on air just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it'd be great if you can join us. Let us know your national tips. Not that we'll probably do anything about it. Dropped on the leg side, and there's no run this time. What a traffic build up round the ground. Can't see much of it now, and just about see the tops of a couple of buses over the top of the William Clark stand there, just in the gap. 349 for 8, last ball of the over. Will this be a maiden? No, it won't, because it's turned on the leg side, and that will be a 3rd batting bonus point for Durham. Be another single to George Drissel. He moves to 41, but 350 for 8 with 8 overs left in the day, and Durham, in terms of points, lead by 3-2 on what's been a lovely sunny day. It'll be a little chilly out there. I spoke to a number of people at tea time who'd been sat in the Smith Cooper and said it just got too cold over there just to stay. I guess it's not about the weather, it's how many layers you've brought, and if you've not got enough warm clothing, then it is going to be chilly over there. But 8 to go. Pennington got a wicket in his last over. What can he do here?
Reminds me of you know, that year when we were commentating in the empty grounds after COVID in 2021, and we had to have all the windows open, didn't we? Pennington bowls here to Drizzell. That's defended. The first 6 weeks of the season, it was nice and sunny, but it was bitterly cold. I remember being down at Chelmsford and on the Friday it was when pubs were allowed to open out in outdoor settings again. So you could go and have a meal, but you had to sit outside. So me and
you couldn't have a Scotch egg with your pint.
Yeah, me and Don Topley drove to this pub in the countryside, and we were perishingly cold sitting in the beer garden. I think we asked for cups of tea with our meal, wolfed it down in about 2 minutes, and got back in the car. As Pennington bowls to Drizzell, that's gone through to the keeper.
Do you remember that? Pubs could open so long as they were serving food,
Yeah.
so everybody would go in.
What,
5 pints of lager and a Scotch egg, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was just me.
It's just weird thinking back to that period, isn't it? But yeah, I remember we went to the Stack, which is a place down on the seafront where all the bars and everything are made out of old containers. You probably got one in Nottingham, maybe.
I don't know.
But we'd asked for a seat in the sunshine, and they said, "Oh, we're busy. You're gonna have to sit over the other side in the shade." And we were right on the cusp of the sun and not in the sun. Short ball, which Drizzell turns his back on there. It's gone through to the keeper. And the people on the table next to us, which would have been 2 metres away with the social distancing, they were sitting there in t-shirts in the sun, and we were in the shade, and it was so cold with a cold breeze coming off the Rothesay. I had a body warmer on, a coat on, a scarf, and a hat and gloves, eating this meal, and there were people sitting there in t-shirts. And in this stand today, on the Fox Road stand, there were people in there in t-shirts, and in the freezer, as you call it, or the fridge, they're all in thick coats. Drizzell goes down on one knee there and tries to hook the ball, plays and misses. So there's a guy in a Nottinghamshire short sleeve shirt in the Fox Road stand there. There's a lad in what looks like Sunderland colours. Could be Forest top line, I haven't said that. Looks beautiful over there. There's one guy in shorts and t-shirt. In fact, there's a couple in shorts and t-shirt. So you got summer on one side of the ground and late autumn on the other, haven't you? Pennington in. Drizzell leaves that one. Through the keeper it goes.
We had
I think some of the people just sitting on our level to our right-hand side earlier today, I was looking at a few at lunchtime, very sunburned.
Crikey. Yeah, we
Got to be careful with the rays.
in the COVID times, you remember we used to have to stop after every 6 overs, and they used to have to go to the boundary and sanitise their hands, if you remember.
Last ball of the over. Through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they had to do all that hand sanitising every 6 overs, because if the ball left the ground, there was nobody here to retrieve it. The players had to go and find it themselves. They weren't just going to inherit a virus out in the middle of the field, were they, really, you know?
We were tested on our way in at all the grounds. Somerset have the lead at Taunton, so they've had a good day. Worcestershire bowled out for 154. Somerset already 156 for 4, so they're in a dominant position there. And Hampshire have got the lead at home to Yorkshire. Yorkshire 121 all out. Here at Trent Bridge, Durham 350 for 8, 3 wickets for Fergus O'Neill, the Australian. Notts just trying to knock these last couple of wickets over. We've got 7 overs left in the day. LBW shout turned down. Durham 350 for 8. That wasn't much of a cue, actually, to do
You did well there.
an update there.
I just heard a voice from the heavens. And
yeah, LBW shout against Paul Coghlan there, just as Radio Nottingham came across. O'Neill bowling to the former Notts man who opens the face. He was striding forward there as he played it. Coghlan runs it down to third, gets a single. .351 for 8. Notts named a 15-man squad for this. Conor McCurr and Dane Schardendorf are in it. This is punched up to mid-off. Ben Martindale and Brett Hutton with the 4 omitted from the starting 11. Brett Hutton's another one, of course, who will very much come into contention over the next few games. If Josh Tong was having his matches monitored as an ECB contracted player, Ollie Stone, we've heard today, going to be out for the foreseeable. 351 for 8. But Conor McCurr and Brett Hutton likely to come into the side maybe for the next game. 6 overs to go after this one. A couple of balls left in this over. Colin Ackermann made 116 today, the leading hand for Durham. O'Neill bowls. Oh, an inside edge past the stumps there. Drizzell. Oh, he's going to get 4 for it. Crikey, that was a right Brucey bonus there. It was a false shot. He inside edged it. Could have inside edged it onto the stumps. It missed the stumps, and not only did it go into a gap where he was going to get a single that they didn't know a deal about, it went all the way down quickly to the ropes for 4. So a real old bonus there for Drizzell, who moves on to 45. And I did say when he came in, he was the only one of the Durham 11 that hasn't got a first-class 100. Well, he's 45 not out. Doesn't seem too many. Another 55, the way he's playing. He pushes this back to O'Neill. And that's the end of the 89th over of the day. Durham 355 for 8. And I think we're just about at the stage, even if 2 wickets go down, bang, bang, we can say this is Durham's day. Not that Nottinghamshire are out of the match by any means. They'll be imagining that it's going to be a good surface for batting on tomorrow and Sunday. So they'll be hoping to put a good score on the board themselves, and if they're nicely positioned, to maybe even go past Durham. But right now, I have to say it's Durham edging the day. The new ball looks as if it's going to be key, as it so often is throughout this game. Here's Pennington.
Here he comes from the pavilion end. And behind that is Coughlan. Plays the ball back to the bowler along the ground. 5.5 overs to go. It's about 17, 18 minutes worth of play, something like that.
We've got another Centurion. It's at Edgbaston, where John Simpson is now 104 not out.
Pennington to Coughlan. Coughlan forward to this one, plays it up to the covers, to Hasib Hamid. No run.
So 2 Centurions in that match for Sussex. In Division 1, of course, now playing against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. 370 for 5, which I think is the highest score anywhere in the country today. Sussex with 2 Centurions. Well done to them. Ton for Jordan Cox of Essex, and obviously a century here for Ackermann.
Pennington to Coughlan. He leaves that, goes past the off stump. Well, it's nice to hear from everybody again today. There's still a few minutes left if you want to get an email in. weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk or Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Brace Cricket at that other place.
Just had a little message from Dane Patterson, who had 4 years of Notts. First 3 years, more than 50 wickets. Terrific performer for the Trent Bridge side. He missed a few games last year with injury, and then birth of a child, had to go back early.
In comes the bowler, and that's defended by Coughlan.
Birthday today, sent Dane a message, and thanks for the birthday wishes, Dave. Hope everybody enjoys the season. Dane, of course, has been snapped up by Middlesex. They'll be waiting for him to arrive.
Oh, it's a bit provincial down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's too quiet and rural. They'll not like that.
I think Dane Patterson and London are a match made in heaven.
355 for 8. Comes the bowler. It's gone to backward point, no run.
It's, for an overseas place, you have to say a great place to be based, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Does it have an airport? Tyneman says the new signings have not been so good today, but the foundation of the team has once again produced. It is early days though, and we will get better. Pennington to Coughlan. Coughlan looks to try and turn that down the leg side. It whacks him in the thigh pad and comes to rest just in front of the crease. End of the over.
Not quite found any timing as yet, Paul Coughlan, has he?
It's a maiden. So, 5 to go. Friday tea time. People heading home from work and not getting ready to go out for the night. Might be busy in a few sun-facing beer gardens this evening for the last hour or so of sunlight. When does it get dark? About 8 now. Did my season preview from the car in the car park of a service station in Thirsk last night, watching a beautiful blood red orange sunset.
There's Fergus O'Neill continuing through 20 overs now. Starts his 21st with a ball that Drissell, not without a little bit of fortune, just pushes out onto the offside. Just sort of held his bat there, and combination of bat and pad. See it safely negotiated. Shadows lengthening. Yeah, I'd imagine we're getting to about 8:30ish before the sun sets. The evening cricket leagues will be not too long before they start in. There's an edge, and there's a wicket for O'Neill, and he's got Drissel caught behind for 45. Fourth catch of the day for Joe Clark, and all from the bowling of Fergus O'Neill. Notts have got maximum bowling points, and late in the day they get 9 Durham wickets down, 355 for 9. And Fergus O'Neill, who we thought earlier might just have done himself a mischief and might have to go off the field. Well, he's ploughed on. Whether he was feeling a twinge or two, irrelevant. He's ploughed on. He's made himself available for taking the second near ball, and he's got reward there. And it was it's a nothing shot from George Drissel. He's better than that. Just didn't move his feet. Just held his bat away from his body, and the ball just kissed the outside edge on its way through to Clark. It's a bit of a tame end for what was a pretty decent innings. He'll be understandably a little disappointed with the manner in which he got out. And now Matthew Potts. Go out and give it a wallop, Matthew. Might be what they're saying. I doubt it. Here's Matthew now. He was Matty, wasn't he, for a while? But Matt or Matthew. Here he comes at number 11. England international. I wonder if we have to throw former in front of that, or soon to be reunited Matthew Potts.
He played in the winter, didn't he? And he played in New Zealand, doesn't he? Or Pakistan.
His way out to the middle. Got 4 balls left in this over.
Played in Hamilton in December.
In the test?
Yeah. While we would have been in bed fast asleep, dark winter nights. So what's O'Neill got? 4 for 74, looking for a fifer on his debut.
So 355 for 5. Fergus O'Neill looking to wrap this up. Comes into bowl to Potts, who has other ideas, works it to leg. Of course, Ben Slater and Nasib Hamid suddenly will be seeing red flags everywhere with regards to how many overs left in the day. 4.3. Notts get a wicket in the next 9 deliveries or so, and they'll have to bat. Next ball on its way now, and Potts defends. It's a little longer than that, isn't it? Because you chalk 2 overs off, so there's a little bit of time yet before Slater and Hamid can relax, knowing they won't have to bat tonight.
Isn't the duration of an over something like 3.75 minutes or something? I think there is a calculation for it, isn't there?
O'Neill bowls, and the 3rd ball in a row. Potts happy to defend. Just speaking pie in the eye, as so often do. I think Durham will regard anything else now. A little bit of a bonus, 355 for 9. I'm sure they'd have accepted that at 11 o'clock if all that was sort of written into the contract for the day. We're putting you in, but you will get 355. I think Durham would have said, OK. As wide are the pegs, and through to the keeper. So O'Neill has 4. We'll have to just wait and see if Dylan Pennington can polish it off in the next over. If not, then he will have a chance to get his 5th wicket the next time he bowls. But he's done pretty well. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 74 in his Nottinghamshire debut. Looks like it's going to be Josh Tong. Yeah, Tong's going to replace Pennington. Yet to bowl a maiden, Josh Tong, today. 17 overs, no maidens, 2 for 85. As each time Asiba Mead has turned to him. He's started a little loosely, and by that I mean he's gone for a few runs right at the start of his spell and then got better and better and eased into it and looked more of the player he used to be before his injury. See how he'll start this time with Coghlan on strike on 3, and a little drop onto the offside by the Durham number 10 to expose the Durham number 11. Don't necessarily think there's any exposing to be done here. They're both capable players. 3:56 for 9, and another over from Tong that won't be a maiden. Thanks as ever to our camera crew out and about around the ground for your sterling work today, bringing you the pictures on the live stream. 3:56 for 9 as Matt Potts turns it up to mid-off, all bases covered. The Mead will field. Yes, I know many of you listen to us, the audio only, but there's a huge number of people who enjoy watching the pictures, watch the live stream, enjoy the picture coverage. This has worked to Farhan Ahmed at backward point, and we're all indebted to everybody being out and about around the ground, bringing you the pictures, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office for just making sure it all works nicely. We have the easy bit, Martin, don't we? We just stand here and enjoy the cricket. Now and again, find something to talk about. Potts on 0, right-hander. Now he's on 4, pushing it down the ground. In fact, a Mead's after it. He's lost his cap. You know it's a Mead. And puts a slide in front of the Batman board building down there, the admin block, and they come back for a couple. So Potts is away for 2025 with a couple of runs. 3:58 for 9.
Our window cleaner came round yesterday. I was having a chat with him and he said he was enjoying the sunshine, but he said, I've read that it's going to be heavy snow in a couple of weeks' time. And I said, well, depends which newspapers you read, because there's one group.
Tong bowls and Potts chases after that one. Went running down the street after it, in fact. Didn't get anything on it. And it goes through to Joe Clark, who, as I mentioned when the wicket fell, has 4 catches today, all off the bowling of Fergus O'Neill.
Yeah, there's one newspaper group famous for its horror headlines of snow which never materialises, but the reality is we haven't had Easter yet, and obviously Easter's as late as it can be this year, but there's more chance of it snowing in it on Easter than there is at Christmas.
3:58 for 9. Tong in again, struck him on the pad, and from here just expecting a full-throated roar from Josh Tong, but there must have been some bat involved, because there wasn't. 3:58 for 9 is the end of the over, and Fergus O'Neill comes in, running in to collect his sweater. And it's going to be Lyndon James, so O'Neill denied the opportunity. Boo! Boo, Captain Haas. Boo! He's obviously ready for a break. Fergus O'Neill, not so going to need him the rest of this game and the next 3 matches. Don't want to run him into the ground, but it would have been nice to see him get a 5-for on debut. Instead it's going to be Lyndon James. See if he can get this over the line for Notts and get his first wicket. And see bowls to Paul Coghlan, who's on 4, pushes this up to Farhan Ahmed.
I was thinking back to my wife's birthday a few years ago, and we went up to Edinburgh for the day of her birthday. It was a beautiful day like this. We got sunburned, and then 2 days later it was snowing. And we were having a barbecue in a forest in Durham, watching the snow coming down. But from what I've heard today on the weather forecast, they were saying at least the next 10 days could be nice.
James in again, and Coghlan defends. Don't think for the last 6 months I've paid the slightest attention to
The weather.
the weather. You get cricket back and suddenly it's, what's it going to do?
Well, we got very lucky because we had building work going on. We've had an extension built on the back of the house, and the window company said it was probably going to be just before Christmas before they could come and install the windows, and then out of the blue they rang up and said they could come and do them the next day, which they did.
Here comes James. In again, bowls, and a little push and run here, and they get home. Cheeky. Seba Mead at mid-on, losing his cap, by the way, does the fielding.
And then the next day, this storm came in. It was the first big storm of the winter, and it just rained solid for 3 days, so the windows were nice and watertight. If we'd had the previous day's situation where we just had wooden boards up, probably would have been a lot of water would have gone in.
3:59 for 9. That's the score here. In Nottingham, we're in the 94th over of the day. Wide of the pegs, and this goes through to the keeper. First stumps of the new season is reached at Edgbaston. Close of play for the day there. Sussex 386 for 5. John Simpson still unbeaten. He's got 100. There was 100 earlier for Tom Clark, promoted from Division 2. The end of last season, Sussex, they've begun life back in Division 1 with a really good first day with the bat against the Bears at Edgbaston. As Lyndon James bowls and Potts keeps it out. Gone well there. The other Division 1 scores quickly as we near the end here as well. Essex 354 for 4, still playing against Surrey at Chelmsford. Hampshire with the lead. They're 151 for 4 over Yorkshire at Southampton. Yorkshire bowled out earlier for 121. Somerset have the lead. They bowled Worcestershire out for 154. They're 180 for 4 in reply. Still playing in all of these. There's Lyndon James, last ball of the over. Worked away on the leg side. There'll be a single there to get Matty Parts back on strike. He keeps strike. He moves on to 360 for 9. Division 2 quickly. Gloucestershire 222 all out. Derbyshire 97 for 2. Glamorgan 229 all out. Leicestershire 45 for 1. Middlesex 260 all out. Lancashire 55 without loss. And Kent 231 all out. Northants 100 for 5. Everything you need to know on the BBC Sport website and app. Cricket pages. Good score this from Durham. Of course, everything is put into context once Notts have had a go, but on the face of it looks a decent score.
In comes Tom to Potts. He's guided that wide of the slip corner and down towards vacant third man for 4. Takes him on to 7. Durham 364 for 9. Inside the last 2 overs now, so this would be, if there's a wicket, that would be the end of the day's play. There's an insecty thing on the window there, Dave. I think it's looking at you. It's eyeing you up for its tea.
It's not a money spider, is it?
No.
Josh Tong again, by the way, going for a boundary first ball of his over.
Here he comes again, right arm over. Potts forward to that one, plays it defensively up to Hamid at mid-off. No run.
I like my bowlers to get plenty in that second column, the maidens column. Build up pressure, bowl tight, don't give runs away. And we know he's not had much cricket. That's Josh Tong's 19th over, no maidens, but he has got 2 in the end column.
Next ball is played up to mid-on, no run. Right, I've got to go next door.
Well, if that's it for Martin, that's it for Martin. We'll be reunited tomorrow morning just before 11 o'clock. Hope you'll join us then. I'll guide you through. Lots have moved Matthew Montgomery to leg slip here for Potts. Maybe they've spotted or seen something. There's again a strangled LBW shout as Potts playing forward, hit above the knee roll. Nothing doing. There's Matthew Montgomery. leg slip. Took a good catch early today, went quickly from the bat of Colin Ackermann. Good catch in every sense. Notts needed that because Ackermann was 116 not out at the time. It did go quickly to him at slip from the bowling of Foreign Ahmed. 364 for 9. Lovely drive, and that's good fielding from the captain. Mid-off, that's 4 runs that the skipper's saved. Firmly hit by Matthew Potts. Reminder, if you come into the ground, the Nottinghamshire Cricket Annual, I know many of you like to get one each year and pop them on your bookshelves. That's now available. Super work. Oh, this is down the leg side and Joe Clark can't gather it and it's pies. Oh, the last ball of the 95th over of the day. And Joe Clark, not that it was his fault, he went a long way down the leg side and just couldn't quite get anything on it. And it goes down as 4 byes. So 8 from that over. Durham 368 for 9 with 1 over left in the day. Will the visitors be marching out to bat at the start of day 2? That all depends on whether Lyndon James can pick up a wicket in this over. Or to be strictly correct, whether Nottinghamshire can pick a wicket up in this over. Might be a run out, in which case Lyndon might not have anything to do with it. But here he comes and bowls, and worked away by Coghlan, who's been starved of the strike. Played a very quiet under the radar innings. Moves on to 6 from 17 balls with a leg side single. 369 for 9. Potts has 7. Lyndon James bowls to him. Gets in front of his stumps and defends the ball up to Hamid at mid-on. Just ticking off these last few deliveries here as we make our way to stumps. Thanks for your company today and for your correspondence. Nigel King, I note, has been doing some sterling work. There's Lyndon James to bowl to Potts past the outside edge. I'm going to retweet that at Brace Cricket for those of you that like that form of communication. Nigel King has no doubt painstakingly sought out a still of the exact moment where Lyndon James was bowling to Colin Ackermann, and well, in Nigel's words, which he's put there, the bail went in the air, and you can just see the ball clipping the top of off stump, the outside of the top of off stump, and the bail is out of the groove, and then it dropped back in. Great work, Nigel. It was a while ago now. This turned on the leg side. 369 for 9. Ackermann was on 80. Looked like he'd been bowled by Lyndon James. Not celebrated, but those celebrations were premature. Brought to a swift halt as everybody ran up and looked at the bail, called the umpire up to actually lift the bail off just to prove that it wasn't glued on. 2 balls left, 369 for 9. Potts squeezes this under his feet somehow and away on the leg side for a single. So on his 34th birthday, Colin Ackermann had that bit of luck and went on to reach a splendid century before being dismissed eventually for 116. But thanks to Nigel for that. Saw Charlie saying how good that Pennington Yorker was a little earlier as well. Sorry, Charlie, when he just noticed that one slipped in. Last ball of the day, pushed into the offside. Coghlan says no, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be our allocation for the day. Matthew Potts 8 not out, Paul Coghlan 6 not out. We are done and dusted here at Trent Bridge on day 1 of the new county championship season. Day one of the Rothesay County Championship match in the first division between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Durham 370 for 9. They were put in when Nasiba Mead won the toss this morning. Alex Lees, the Durham captain, opened the batting and played really nicely early on, but then lost Ben McKinney for 5. Emilio Gay without scoring. Lees himself was dropped by Lyndon James on 17 before eventually being dismissed for 52 by Farhan Ahmed. It was 118 for 3 at lunch at tea. Durham had advanced their score to 243 for 5. Colin Ackermann had reached his century by that stage. They had the incident we've just been talking about when he was on 80, where the bails were dislodged, but the off bail was dislodged but landed back in the groove, so not out. He eventually fell for 116. Robinson 16, Will Rhodes 10. Couple of 45s there, very good contributions from Graham Clark and George Drissell. They both made 45. 27 from Ben Rain as well before being yorked by Pennington. 4 wickets for Fergus O'Neill on his debut, 4 for 74. The pick of the bowlers, certainly in terms of the figures. Farhan Ahmed 2 for 53. A couple for Josh Tong as well. Understandably a little rusty, but it'll be nice. It'll be nice for him to at last have played for Nottinghamshire. Got out there on the field, got a couple of wickets, and one as well for Dylan Pennington, who was a little unlucky early on. He had Alex Lees dropped. So there it is. It stumps at the end of day one here at Trent Bridge. 370 for 9. Thank you all for your company today. Thanks very much to Matt Henry from BBC Sport and Martin Emerson for their company today. Martin and myself will be back tomorrow morning. I hope you can join us then.